Kia ora, councillors. We'll call the meeting of full council on the 26th of September 2024 to order, and I will pass over to Josh for opening karakia.
Tēnā tātou katoa, me nui tātou. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro. Tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora. Ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e.
Tai ki.
Whakarongo ake au ki te tangi a te manu, tui, tui, tui tui a. Tui a I runga, tui a I raro. Tui a I roto, tui a I waho. Tui a te rangi e tū nei, tui a te papa, te takoto nei. Tui a te pauherenga waka, te pauherenga tāngata. Tui a te pau o te kīngitanga, te pau o te kotahitanga e. Ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, ka puta te ira tangata ki te whai ao, ki te ao mārama, uhi, wero, nau mai te Māori, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Tangi apa kuratia nei, rātau te hunga kōrero ki te pō. Rātau kua haungia mai ai e te kūpenga nui, te kūpenga roa, te kūpenga ataramainuku. Whai atu rā koutou ki te pītau whakarei o te wakaorangi. O te paki o matariki tērā. Whakawhiti atu rā te poho orangi nui, kei tū atu I te pai o Maumahara. Tangehia, ngā mate o te wā. Ki ngā mate huhua o tēnei tau. Tuku, ngā mihi roimata me kīra I tō tātou nei hoa, ānaru. Ka tahi anō tāna tama kariro. Nō reira tangi. Kia tau iho mai te tauwhirotanga runga anō hoki, te wharekāhui āriki. E noho pani nei, e tangi nei. Whānau atu rā ki te motu, whānui nei, ngā iwi, ngā hapu, e noho pani nei, e tangi nei. Koutou rā, te hunga wairua, whai atu rā te kīngi, o te kotahitanga, kia kīngi tū heitia pōtatau, te wherowhero, te tuawhetu, ki te pō. Koutou rā te kāhui o ngā whetu, haere, ari atu rā. Ko rātou ki a rātou, ko tātou, kia tātou. Tū heitia, ki te rangi, te ariki nui, kuini ngā waihono I te pō, ki te whenua, e koko ia e ara e. Kia tau iho mai te tauwhirotanga, kia tātou, kua whakakotahi nei. I runga anō hoki I ngā kupu o tēnei ata, te whakatīnangatanga, tēnei mea, te kotahitanga, I raro I te tāwharautanga o te kīngitanga. Nō reira tēnā tātou. E ngā maunga whakahi e ngā wā whakairo whenua. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, kei aku whakatike, kei aku rangatira, tēnā koutou. E ramai tātou katoa. Hei tāpiri atu ki ngā kōrero, I runga anō hoki I te kaupapa o tēnei wā. Kau ki atu au ki ngā kōrero o tā uki. Ko tahi mano, warurau, 57 te tau. Te wā ia piri kawau. Te wā ia tamihana te rauparaha. Te wā ia rātou e kimi ana I tētahi ki a tūhei kīngi. Ka tai atu tō tātou tūpuna tamihana, urumu tamihana tērā. Kia pōtatau te wherowhero. O te kia urumu tamihana e hoa, o pōtai a koe ki te pōtai o te motu. O te whakahoki a pōtatau kia urumu tamihana e hoa, kua tō te rā ki a hau. O te whakahoki a urumu tamihana kia pōtatau te wherowhero, pai ana. Ka tō te rā I te ahi, ka haramai anō te rā I te aka. Mai ia pōtatau tānu atu rā ki tō tātou ariki nui, a kuini ngā waihono I te pō. Tērā o ngā kōrero e kia nei, kīngi pōtatau, kīngi o te tika. Kīngi tāwhiao, kīngi o te maungarongo. ki ingi mahuta, ki ingi te rangi Māori. Ki ingi te rata o te taupuke whakamārire, te tāpenakara, te whakaoranga o tā te atua I pai ai. Ko ki ingi koroki, te mana motuhake o ngā waka katoa o te motu. Ko te ariki nui kuini ngā, kuini te ātairangi kāhu a te ao katoa. Ko ki ingi tūheitia, ki ingi o te mana Māori motuhake, te mana, ko te ki ingi o te kotahitanga no hoki. Whānau atu rā ki tō tātou ariki nui kuini ngā waihono I te pō, ka tū, ka tū, ka tū hei kuini, ka tū, ka tū, ka tū hei kuini Māori. Ka tia ake rā, te mihi kauana tēnei ki a tātou katoa ko whakarawika mai nei, I raro I te korowai, kotahi, no reira tēnā koutou, mauri ora ki a tātou katoa. I tāpua te upua ke mei, te mauri o te aha, e ngā kiki hei kua whakamaro. I te pōri, I te pō, I oti atu. Kei ngā haka o ati here ana. I te ra. Kei kua Okapai. Te tia mana, tēnā koe. Ngā kai kaunihera, tēnā koutou. Ngā kai mahi o te kaunihera arohe o Waikato, tēnā tātou. Kei ngā manuhiri, ka tahi anō, ka tai mai, tēnā anō hoki koutou, nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. I want to take this opportunity to express the passing of late Kiingi Tuheitia and take this opportunity to share some insight from the team here about what we may anticipate in terms of the leadership of our newly ascended Queen, Te Ariki Nui Kuini Ngā Waihono I te pō. I didn't have an opportunity to memorise this part, but whainui ho te mea. Anei. Te Ariki Nui Kuini Ngā Waihono I te pō, age 27, ascends the throne with a firm grounding in both te ao Māori and modern academia. With a bachelor's degree from the University of Waikato and a master's in tikanga Māori, her background reflects her deep understanding of Māori culture and values. She serves on several boards, including Te Kohanga Reo National Trust, Waitangi National Trust Board, and the University of Waikato Council, where she has championed education and the revitalisation of te reo Māori. Her long-standing involvement in kapahaka further highlights her dedication to Māori traditions and the Māori arts. Te Ariki Nui Kuini Ngā Waihono I te pō is expected to guide her reign with a focus on preserving cultural heritage while also addressing the evolving challenges faced by Māori in contemporary society. It's anticipated that her leadership will be shaped by an emphasis of kaitiakitanga, guardianship, environmental stewardship, and fostering unity among iwi and hapu. She is known for her advocacy for rangatahi, encouraging youth leadership and ensuring their voices are central in shaping the future of Aotearoa New Zealand. Hurain will combine traditional leadership and modern approach, balancing Māori frameworks in collaboration with wider Aotearoa New Zealand. The values of manaakitanga, hospitality and kindness, and rangatiratanga leadership will guide her efforts to empower Māori communities while promoting inclusiveness and rangatahi participation. Nō reire te whānau, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa. Hei aku.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Josh. Thank you very much for that. We've had a somewhat different opening to our usual council meeting, and really it is to acknowledge the passing of Kingi Tuatea and the ascension of Te Ariki Nui Kuini Nawai. Hono i te po. It was a real privilege to represent this council alongside councillors, management and staff at the tangihanga, and I appreciate those who chose to take up the opportunity to show their respects. We recognize the immense efforts, the logistics, the organization that went into the week of the tangihanga, and we also acknowledge the importance of the kingitanga to the Waikato. It is deeply significant, and we wanted to mark that today at our council meeting. Can I also acknowledge the work of Director Brent Sinclair's regulatory team and Director Greg Ryan's maritime team for their support on the awa during the tangihanga, and also thanks to Director Phil King's transport team for organizing Te Huia to assist with the transport of Kamatua and Kuia between Turangawaiwai and the Taupiri Manga. So finally, thank you for the attendees, for your recognition and support then and also today. Kia ora. All right, with that, we will move forward. Thank you to the Waiata crew. Much appreciated. Beautiful way to start the day. All right. Okay, councillors, we've got a fair few things on the agenda today, some of significance and have been part of a number of conversations both within council and also throughout our community. So we will give our due attention to those. We'll work through our initial housekeeping first. We've got our health and safety statement, which is on page 5 of your agenda. Seeing as we have visitors in attendance, I might just get you to run through that, Dave.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for attending today. In the event of an emergency, please simply follow the directions of staff. The nearest fire exit, should we require it, is through the main chamber door and out to your right onto the footpath. We'll then cross the road at the crossing and assemble in the park. If you require any assistance, please let a member of staff know.
Kia ora. All right. Do we have any apologies today? I believe we've got, just for those online in the chambers, we have myself, Councillor Hodge, Councillor Smith, Councillor Dunbar-Smith, Councillor Strange, Councillor Kneebone, Councillor Nicol, Councillor Downard, Cookson, Marr, and Councillor Hughes, and online we have Councillor Graff. And also Deputy Chair Clarkson online as well. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so we don't have any other apologies. We'll go to confirmation of the agenda. Do I have a mover, Councillor Nicol, and a second, Councillor Strange? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosures of interest. I think I'm just waiting for Councillor Kneebone to re-enter the chamber. Councillor Kneebone, we're just on disclosures of interest.
Yeah, I'm related to Doug Wilson, just to disclose that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so we'll note that, Dave. And we'll move on to confirmation of the minutes. So we have the minutes from the council meeting of the 29th of August, 2024. Do I have a mover that those are true and correct? Councillor Hughes, and a second, Councillor Cookson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We then have a motion to, are we confirming all of those? We're confirming the Finance and Services Committee from the 27th of August, the Environmental Performance Committee from the 14th of August, and we are receiving the Regional Transport Committee minutes from the 6th of September. I have a mover, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Marr. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, councillors, we are going to move straight to item 7.5 on your agenda. This is on page 96. We're moving to this first up because we do have visitors that are speaking to this item. So again, this is on page 96 of your agenda pack. We've got Karen Bennett, but Chris, I will hand over to you to introduce this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillors, I just wanted to just take the opportunity at the start of this paper to say what we're seeking from here is an indication of what you'd like staff to do so that we can come back to you in the annual plan. It's not about a final decision as such as what the total commitment is. That will be made through the annual plan process. Should you wish to fund anything that's over and above the status quo. But that's the key thing we're looking for today. And there's another recommendation asking for some money to do a little bit of extra work. But I'll pass over to Karen to lead the paper out. I do note we do have visitors here, and there had been a request that you'd like to hear on one of the options that you're aware of, that directly from those who have put the suggestion together, as opposed to having staff represent it on their behalf.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Atamarie councillors, and welcome to our visitors today. Dave, if you move the slide along, please, we can just have a quick look at what we're going to talk about in this presentation. We'll have a quick recap of how we arrived at this presentation today, and we'll cover the role of council in economic development, because I know there have been some questions and there's a lot of interest in that. We'll look at the stakeholder views, and then we'll go into the potential options. And those options are, as in your paper, status quo, which is the current state where there is no funding except the work we are already doing as part of the local government contribution to the region. There's the proposed council-controlled organisation, and we have Doug Wilson of Deloitte and David Wilson, no relation, I believe, of Cities and Regions New Zealand, to present that on behalf of a business interest in Hamilton. And then there's a regional partnership option, which echoes the Regional Deals Leadership Partnership as set out in the strategic framework released by the government last month. The decisions required are, as the Chief Executive alluded to, we're seeking direction from you, Council, on your preferred option so we can go away and do the analysis, financial workup, and bring it back for your consideration through the business casing for the annual plan. There is also a request for a one-off fund so we can continue this work, but also support regional economic development in the region because there is a desire for some evidence to help us get clear our strategy, the operationalizing of this work, and the allocation of who does what, when, where, and how. And from that, we can then measure outcomes better. So I can give you more detail about that later. So next slide, please, Dave. So very briefly, you will recall that through the long-term plan process, Waikato Regional Council proposed to continue funding our Regional Economic Development Agency, Te Waka, to the tune of $750,000 a year. That went out in a consultation document, and 68% of submitters responded that they preferred we stop funding Te Waka. 31% felt that there was a potentially valuable regional economic development function to be fulfilled and requested that we continue funding. However, before Council made its decision on the funding, the agency announced publicly it did not have mandate from local government, businesses, and iwi, the freedom to operate on a long horizon work plan, and sufficient funding. It announced, therefore, it was stopping operations as an independent agency from the 30th of June 2024. This council removed the proposed funding from the budget and instructed staff to continue working with stakeholders, reporting back to this meeting in September. Thank you, Dave. So just to get shared view of the role of councils in economic development, the OECD and other international research emphasises the importance of regional development for both national and regional economies. And it also points to the importance of local government in delivering on those economic development aspirations. And these 6 priorities for economic development actually came out of some work Burl did in 2010. The views of leadership, spatial planning and infrastructure, regulation, effective coordination and delivery of key council activities that support the effective functioning of local communities, and also supporting well-being in our social and wider community lives. Business and industry development. These are all aspects that when we spoke with our stakeholders, they agreed that this council did have a role in, and some of these to a greater or lesser extent. Next slide, please, Dave. Coming forward to 2024 and this government's view of local, regional councils and economic development, you'll be aware that the government is proposing legislative change to the Local Government Act, which will change the purpose of local government. And that is to provide for good quality local infrastructure, public services and regulatory functions in a way that is most cost effective for households and businesses, while supporting local economic growth and development. That emphasis is an addition that has been put in for the proposed change to legislation. Also, through the Regional Deals Framework, the role of councils in unlocking economic opportunities through regional deals partnerships is recognised, and those objectives being economic growth, connected and resilient infrastructure, and the supply of affordable and quality housing. Secondary objectives are regional and private sector collaboration, improved decision-making and funding, collaborative ways of working, and resilient and sustainable communities. All aspects of the way this council works and has been for many years. Next slide, please, Dave. So to the task that you set staff, you asked us to work with stakeholders to understand what they needed. What does the region need to be successful? What works, what doesn't? What are the areas of focus? What are the functions, roles, and responsibilities of the various actors in our region, including specifically what's the role of the Regional Council? How do we add value? And there was a lot of conversation about leadership and mandate. And that is, in fact, a really important part of this ongoing conversation. From May to September, we have spoken with people from across our whole region, and have had a good representation from every district, every area. But we wouldn't go so far as to say it was necessarily representative of every part of our region. Next slide, please, Dave. Now, we provided the analysis of the stakeholder views in your agenda pack, so I won't reprise it here. You'll find those from page 106 on your agenda. But sufficient to say, we had an online survey that ran from 10th of July to the 5th of August with a good response, 201, 51% from business, 15% from not-for-profit organisations, and 9% from local government. And we sought people's views on how do we align? What do we align around? How do we find that agreement and collaboration? And so we sought feedback on the key functions of regional economic development, and you can see their feedback is there, with 64% identifying business growth and development as their number one preferred focus. Next slide, please, Dave. We then had more than 50 face-to-face discussions. Some of these discussions were just an hour, others were longer. People were extraordinarily generous. And I think I've commented to many people, we have so many committed, knowledgeable, really involved people in this region. And there's a depth in this community that we can tap into and leverage and work with. The discussions actually were far and wide in their reflections. We understood from them the reasons why they believed that previous approaches have not worked. The different needs and perspectives of our communities came through. There was a lot of talk about the difficulty of separating economic development from the wider issues of community sustainability and other elements of well-being. And so just because it's consistent with our own purpose, it's that sustainable model of we are dependent on the environment. We need a healthy, engaged, functioning community to drive a strong economy. There was a really ongoing theme came through about the distinctive functional economic areas and the important connections between economic and labour markets and connections to other regions. And that then linked in to the criticality of spatial planning to enable the region's economic and community development. Next slide, please. So when we sought perhaps greater pointiness about the role of WRC, it came down to facilitation, connection, collaboration, alignment. So up there, you'll see what we heard most commonly: facilitating alignment of activities and investment, advocating for regionally significant infrastructure, continuing that regional consenting role, so important to providing regulatory certainty through policy as well, leading the development of a regional spatial plan, cross-sector, cross-regional collaboration, and then the provision of virtual front door to the region, coordinating with others, though, to engage central government, trade delegations and investors, not necessarily the doing, the coordinating and facilitating. And then the area, again, of Waikato Regional Council's strength, the provision and coordination of information. And I know that a lot of people online and some behind us have said, we really need you to tool up to really invest in digital and, data and analysis. The feedback. Next slide, please, Dave. So what institutional arrangement might we consider, given that economic development arrangements will be completely idiosyncratic to our region? So we do need to tailor-make this to what our stakeholders need, what we understand of our region, and where we can expand and grow and develop. We have three options. We have the status quo, that's ad hoc coordination, no visible front door, for offshore investors or government, and that would include no further WRC funding outside what we're already doing for spatial planning and other aspects of our business that contribute to regional economic development. We have the council-controlled organisation proposal from David and Doug. They'll share that with us soon. This is modelled on the Northland model, which councillors have previously expressed an interest in. And as you know, David came to speak to us about his experience of establishing the Northland model. So I'm taking it, the paper is very much based on that model that he's developed previously. And then we'll look at the Regional Leadership Partnership, which is the nascent approach to regional deals, but looks at empowering and enabling people who are already doing the business, and WRC providing that coordinating and alignment role. There would be some funding required, but that is why we need to go away and do a business case and bring it back for the annual plan. Before I invite David and Doug to come and talk to us about the CCO, we probably just need to have a quick review of what's involved in a CCO. So under the Local Government Act, a CCO would be constituted. In 2015, the Office of the Auditor General published a report into the benefits and disadvantages of a CCO. And I'll just quickly give you those two different views. The possible benefits of your CCO: improved commercial focus and separation from the political direction, less process in making decisions than the local authority processes, potentially economies of scale where we're serving a number of councils, and the ability to recruit and retain high quality professional board members and staff. The possible disadvantages of a CCO, that's the council's lack of direct accountability to your ratepayers and stakeholders for the services the CCO delivers. Often there have been experienced tensions between the objectives of the CCO and the outcomes sought by the community. And you see this played out in Auckland with Mayor Wayne Brown's continuing frustration espoused in the paper about the CCOs there, for example. There are additional ongoing costs. You've got the initial establishment costs of a CCO, but also the monitoring that would be ongoing in local council. And also a CCO will have overhead and ongoing costs. They have to run as a business. And then reduced ability to manage risk, because council is seen as being accountable, but actually might not necessarily have much ability to manage any risk. So considering cost effectiveness is an important part of any further work that has to happen. That's required by a 2014 amendment to the Local Government Act. So there would have to be a deep dive into the cost effectiveness of a CCO, if that is your preference. Council can also consider retaining all aspects of service delivery, or it can delegate responsibility for governance and funding to a joint committee or other shared governance arrangement. And that is probably where you'd be looking for your option 3 about how the governance would evolve. So on that note, it's timely to move on to talk about the council-controlled organisation proposal and invite Doug Wilson and David Wilson to the table. Thank you. Yeah.
Just in terms of the CCO, Karen, it's still reliant on this council's annual plan and long-term plan decision-making to ensure it's funded adequately, whatever that might be.
That's right. Yeah. So the same ongoing discussions that we've had to date would continue. Thank you. Yes.
T. Walker, previous?
No. Well, I don't know. Ask them. Forgive me.
We'll ask Doug and David to come forward, and we've got seats there for you to present your proposal. So councillors, we've indicated that Doug and David have about 15 minutes to present, and then we'll open it up for councillors to ask further questions. Kia ora.
Thank you. Just firstly, wanted to acknowledge Dallas Fisher's absence today. Unfortunately, he had a medical appointment that he had to attend. He said he's here in spirit, so just in case you're wondering where he is. Just by way of some opening remarks, look, obviously we would see it collectively that Waikato is an extremely important compositional part of New Zealand's economic future. You know, we've got a long held history around our primary sector advantage, supporting secondary industry with developing tertiary and service sectors. We've got a strong regional profile for exports and can continue to contribute to a national export drive. However, this position is starting to slide. We've got a tactical advantage, coined the Golden Triangle, which has real momentum and has the emergence of the northern and eastern corridors. And when you consider that 47% of New Zealand's population sit within our three regions, Auckland, Bay of Plenty and Waikato. However, Waikato, like the rest of New Zealand, has an infrastructure deficit, hampering our economic development across the region. To date, our regional economic development efforts have largely been siloed and operate in a vulnerable economic development ecosystem, which is leading to a lack of regional trust, collaboration, duplicated effort. There are inter-regional efforts that are sporadic at best, that Golden Triangle concept. The regional inward investment propositions that are localised and opportunistic, and a lack of a common unified voice on regional priorities. And as a result, we do not perform well with central government. And we have received a disproportionately or proportionally lower amount of inward investment as a consequence. We believe a regional economic development organisation that accepts and learns from previous failures, is well designed and sustainably funded, and has a long-term planning approach and is outcomes focused, can address these opportunities and challenges. If we just move to the next slide, please. As Karen has mentioned, under the new National's Infrastructure for the Future plan, there's three critical points that emerge from our perspective. They're moving to a 30-year approach to planning, which is really important and critical. We understand they're seeking cross-party agreement that future incoming governments can't materially change that plan to avoid unnecessary cost and wasted resource. With that in mind, we have very little regional credibility to ensure we are aligned on our future regional infrastructural needs to engage with this agency. The danger is our regional future in terms of infrastructure will be imposed on us unless we put up a credible face to represent our region and voice. I'll just hand across, well, just before I hand across to David, I'll just make a couple of points on the keys, the 5 points here. Points 1 and 2 is where we really are underrepresented. We are referred to our disproportionate amount of inward funding from central government because we're not organised. We don't have a conjoined view, regional view of our macro infrastructural needs and spatial needs. And therefore the inward investment and coordination of that and the amount of that is underrepresented and underdelivered in our region. That's a key point we would make. Point 3, in terms of national and city and regional deals, we've done okay. But that's where I reference we've done that on an opportunistic and a siloed approach. We haven't been coordinated in that area. And then my reference is around the 30-year infrastructure pipeline. We must have a 30-year view to match up against that and be aligned to that and have a clear voice back to central government to ensure. Otherwise, we'll have central government's view of what our region needs rather than our regional view on that. I'll just hand across now to David to discuss some of the key themes that have come out of our initial work to date.
Next slide, please. Who's running the slides?
Can I just get you also to
Thank
move
you.
the mics just a little bit closer, just to make sure that our councillors that are online can clearly hear you. And also, during your presentation, if you wanted to address the question that came through around any connection between yourselves and Te Waka, that would be helpful.
Okay, so my declaration of interest would be I did a couple of consulting jobs for Te Waka on infrastructure projects. This is an interesting slide. We didn't just look at Northland Inc., I've got to say. My background is, 20 years in this space and used international research. My doctorate was on governance and economic development in regions. So have also a lot of background in terms of what happens overseas and internationally around organisations such as this. The common theme always seems to be that many strands make a strong rope. That if you want a harakeke kite that's going to hold the putia, you need to bring those things together just like you have your weaving on the side of the wall here. That's what's missing in the Waikato at the moment. At a regional level, I'm sure at local levels and at other levels, maybe within Papua New Guinea, it's a different story. But from a regional perspective, for regional economic development, that's the missing ingredient. You'll see some very interesting insights on the left-hand side. I'll just draw your attention to the right-hand side graph where you can look at the blue, which is outside or external funding coming in to help the operations of regional economic development organisations in other areas. Where they see capability, where they see capacity and ability to implement, the central government funding comes in. Te Waka's on the right-hand side. I think that tells you everything that you need to know around the confidence that central government and other inward investment actors had with the organisation. Now, I'm not saying that it lacked capability, the opposite. What it lacked was capacity. Speaking to others that have given us insights as to their successes and some failures, of course, with these types of organisations, the common themes on the left-hand side come up. It's got to be representative, it's got to be inclusive, and it's got to focus, as Karen said, on the nature of the region. And I would go a little further and say the structure of your economy in the region is absolutely vital in that perspective, because you're actually trying to affect change, to increase productivity, to get yourselves higher paying jobs. And how do you do that? Well, all hands to the pump. It's outcome led. So there's a very good, strong weave coming through some of the more successful regional development agencies where they're aligning their efforts to the outcomes through long-term planning and spatial planning. So it's outcomes led and outcomes based. And how you count that performance is around delivery of those long-term outcomes, but benchmarked along the way with expectations, yearly business plans. So there are ways that we can actually address large outcomes through these types of organisations. These outcomes then become more agreed rather than off on their own tangent in some cases. The other thing is that you can see that these organisations are honest brokers and they're catalysts for development, both within the public sector and the private sector, and with increasing confidence and partnership with Māori right across the country. So bringing those groups together makes a huge difference in terms of the outcomes for those regional economies. And the bottom point is that essentially, an organisation such as this has to be market-led. It has to understand what's happening in the regional economy, the national economy, and internationally in terms of competitiveness for your own sectors. So absolutely fundamental. So really good insights coming from these guys. These are CEOs from these organisations, the three on the left that we had good discussions with around What does success look like? Just hand back to Doug for the next slide. Thank you.
Just to talk to the Te Waka element, apart from attending the two-day hui prior to its formation and being engaged to do a couple of engagements for Te Waka, had no direct involvement with the Te Waka organisation at all. Really, sorry, if we could, sorry, might have got
My mistake. This is my slide. Okay. Given the insights that we've gotten and the research we've done, we've put up a straw man. And here it is on the slide in one picture. So we've looked at the funding options on the left-hand side, and we looked at the stakeholders that would need to be engaged in how you would run or manage an organisation such as this. We've marked out some terms in terms of what it looks like and what it does. At this point, we're thinking CCO, but we can discuss this. There are different models, but in New Zealand, that seems to be the one that works the best when all people come together. What its role will be in this space, as you can see, sometimes in terms of being an investor, facilitator, promoter, but have to be an honest broker. And as my best friend, who's world-renowned regional development advisor, Professor Greg Clark, says, the 3 rules of economic development are implementation, implementation, and implementation. That's the first one, delivery. You need an organisation that has the freedom to deliver long-term programs and report on them as you go. The focus has come from work that you've already done. This is a question. You may be re-looking at your strategy, but whatever the focus of the regional strategy is in terms of economic development, you would expect this organisation to take its lead from that, and you would have a way of describing what those outcomes are that you would like them to work on and how they're going to work on it, and give us the business plan for next year and give us the benchmarks for it. So very much far more aligned than perhaps we may have been in the past. 20 years ago, you wouldn't have had this level of sophistication. And readers know that local government are very good at spatial planning. This is good. There needs to be an economic development overlay as well, and there needs to be some feed into that process around what the private sector is looking for in terms of the spatial planning. So should be helpful in that process. Okay, now your turn, Doug.
Thanks, David. Yeah, next slide, thanks. I'm going to focus on the right-hand side here in terms of the next part of the discussion, and I'll let David explain by way of an example how you get that measurable return on investment in terms of Aredo and what it's meant to deliver. What I would say just first, and we'll re-emphasise this point in our wrap-up, is that what we're not looking to do, or what we've been told from the discussions we've had to date, and I think it's come through in your discussions, Karen, is building something that is not different from what we've had before. Clearly, it wasn't successful. It was stating the obvious. It no longer exists, so it was flawed. One of the key elements we think that was missing was around that sustainable funding. This type of model, whether it's option 2 or option 3, needs to be funded for 30 years from a 30-year perspective, and have the right level of funding to be successful. We think that was a key failing of the previous models, was the lack of sustainable funding and the right level of funding for this organisation to be successful. You only get out what you put in. And I think what we put in was not enough for that organisation to deliver what was expected of it. So a key part of our next work would be understanding what is required to be successful for this organisation, and what does that cost, and how do we fund it, and fund it for a sustainable period. And we think it has to be a 30-year perspective in line with central government's approach and general thought around long-term planning for infrastructure as a key focus point. The other element is that collaboration piece to build a strong regional voice. There are many stakeholders and parties, organisations who have vested interest in the outcomes or delivery of what this organisation delivers. It needs to have a strong regional voice to represent the region. Again, reiterating a point I made earlier, the feedback we get from the Royal We, I know David hears, and I've talked to others who hear the same thing. We go down to central government in a siloed approach, not from a regional perspective, a bit of a generalisation possibly, but they do not welcome that approach. We're seen as disjointed. We don't have a strategic perspective on the region, and we get what we're given accordingly. So a key fundamental of this organisation, it needs to be seen as different to what currently exists, i.e. accretive for the region in terms of a mandate to speak on behalf of the region in this area. And so that comes down to the design and capabilities that it has and the funding to deliver that to ensure it has the strongest chance of success. I'll hand back to David to talk more about the KPI outcome element.
Yeah, next slide, please. I won't go through this slide slavishly. Karen's research pointed out a few things that are important that the responses said in terms of what they want from economic development. Those were business and industry development, inward investment, strategy and political representation, what Doug was just talking about, and infrastructure. Those seem to be the priorities in terms of the people that you've spoken to through your survey. But I'll just bring this to you at the top there, which is an example really of outcomes-based planning and work. So this was from Venture Taranaki, and it was a comment that came from Calvin, who, by the way, was strategy manager for New Plymouth District Council before he became CEO of the EDA, and he was always vexed by this problem where the alignment was not there between long-term planning in the council, other strategies across the region, say housing, and what they're trying to deliver in terms of the EDAs. The EDA was sort of doing what it thought was right from a sectoral point of view. So here's an example of his outcomes-based project called Branching Out. And he said to me, we're 4 years into a 10-year food and fibre plan called Branching Out, which has returned 70 million in private sector investment and 600 jobs so far. We figure we've got about another 6 years before we need to exit. That's the catalytic role you want. So immediately attracting inward investment from the private sector because they see the future for themselves, but there is also public interest and public benefit from doing this, from strengthening that sector, whatever it may be. And I think this is the hallmark of what you want to try and achieve in any next step. Okay, next slide, please. So Karen mentioned the leadership group that you're talking about in option 3, and then said that perhaps this might be relevant in terms of this model, and yes, it may. At the top there, I've put what I would have called as a running title, a Regional Economic Development Forum. So who's at that level? We want key regional stakeholders, WRC, TLAs, iwi, business leaders on that forum. Now, these people may not be the doers. You as a group, as Karen said, may decide to join with other TLAs to have a group that decides who goes on this forum, or you may have representation yourself. But the idea is that you will then choose the organisation's commercial board and provide the letter of expectation and have oversight of the regional economic development strategy and integration and collaboration with aligned or allied strategies. So it's operating at that high level, regional, strategic level. Now, the organisation itself is formed out of this. And it's that weaving It's bringing the kite together so that you can hold the kaupapa in one place for the region. It has political implications, but also strategic. The next level down your Rito board, you really want those people that can deliver and have the networks and relationships to enable the delivery of the program of work. So specifically designed to be those people that have excellence or experience or understanding of the sectors that they may be working in, or the long game, which may be an increase in export revenue per regional GDP, whatever the outcome happens to be. And underneath that, you want an organisation that is capable of delivering those long-term outcomes. Now, you can see how the reporting just goes straight back up through that loop. You would expect the Rito board to be reporting to the forum on regular occurrences. So we've tried to give you a framework that we believe may offer the opportunity of bringing iwi, TLAs, regional council and business leaders together in a focused leadership group that enables the kaupapa for the organisation below it.
But I thank you for that, Doug and David. Councillors, questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Panel Chair. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. That was, yeah, good. And I don't think there's any surprises in there for any of us sitting around the tables. We've certainly discussed this. The issue I have, and it's one that I raised with Dallas a while ago, and that's in relation to the funding model and the reliance on Waikato Regional Council. The investment fund is ratepayers' money. It's not our money. The income that comes from that is ratepayers' money. And therefore, it forces us to go out to consultation. And they have, you know, the consultation results were 2/3, 1/3 against. So we need to present, if we're going to be successful in getting some of that money over the line, we need to be able to present something which is credible and is going to deliver. I totally agree we need for the need for an economic development agency, and it must be across the region, otherwise we're wasting our time and money. And therein lies the challenge, and how we can deliver it, I don't know. But I don't believe, and I've spoken to people in Priority 1 in Northland, there is a big pool of money in the Waikato which is going into sectors of the organisations like Tourism Waikato, and Taupo's got their own, which is separate. There's big pools of money going out there already. And until that's pulled together and we have a collaborative model which works across the region, we're going to really struggle. Now, I don't know how much it costs to do that, but I would suggest that that has to be the number one focus. Any new organisation, and then you've got something to sell to the region. The other issue I would like to see included in the model is a subscription type funding arrangement from corporates. I know it works in Priority 1. I've got that to a degree up north. But the Northland funding model is different with respect, David, because they've got 450 million or close to invested. That produces a lot more money than what we've got, and we've got a much bigger region, a lot more people. So in relative sense, there is quite a disparity between those two. So look, I'm not being negative. I'm just trying to identify how can we get over the next hurdle, which you've identified as being the funding, and to rely on regional council for that, I think is probably unrealistic at this stage. So.
I'll address that. It's a very good line of discussion and question, actually, and it's the heart of the matter. Our view is the first step is actually understanding what should the true cost be, and you've got to take a bottom-up approach and say what type of organisation do we need to build to be successful. Start from that perspective, and then what is the cost? That'll help you understand the funding gap that could exist and likely to exist. And then how do we bridge that funding gap? We've got a clear view that it shouldn't be the burden of regional council to fully fund that model. It's not the only benefactor of the outcomes from what are achieved through this type of organisation. And so we'd like to take the time to actually do some detailed modelling after understanding the cost structure that should be put in place to look at those bridging the funding gap. And for example, I think one of the pieces of work we'd like to go more deeper into is some form of business levy around this. Business is a key beneficiary of this organisation, and it should have some skin in the game, if it wants a voice at the table as well. So I think one of the ones we'd like to explore out is how that could be constructed in a way to bridge that funding gap. I think the third critical element, and this is born out of our work to date, is that if you build it, the central funding comes. That's the key plank we're missing as well. The other successful REDOs, which are sustainably funded, have attracted central government funding to do project-based work to significant degrees to prove out some of those business cases as outcome-focused approaches. A central government, private, and a REDO-based funded approach to look at key initiatives around regional economic development. That's the bit we're missing out on. But the government will not give us any good, any material funding with regard to that unless we're organised and seen as being organised.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And firstly, can I publicly thank Dallas for taking the initiative to get the likes of yourselves involved and to progress this where there's something meaningful and tangible before us. So really do appreciate Dallas's input and your time. So thank you to start with that. Just forgive my voice, it's for some reason a bit croaky this morning. I'm concerned because I was a councillor for I think 17 years now, and the inception of Te Waka and Dallas led that. And I think touching on something Chris just said, the Te Waka was rejected. Economic development wasn't rejected. I think I certainly have a desire, and I think collectively we and many across the region want to see a regional economic development organisation of some sort, whether it's either option 2 or 3. I know from prior experience that when the mayors of Hamilton, Waipa and Waikato went down to Wellington to see Annette King about the expressway, she told them to get out of the room and come back when they had a unified voice. And that was the start of Future Proof. Now, Future Proof seems to be an organisation of haves and have-nots. The haves being the 3 that started it, have progressed and have gone way beyond its inception. Whereas I see other councils, mayors, a chip on their shoulder, and I'll be open about it, and I can have that discussion with any of them. We have a divided region because some resent the regional council, some resent the Future Proof organisation, and we have a stumbling block amongst ourselves. My question probably surrounds how do we take the personalities out of this for the benefit of the region and therefore challenge. And at this stage, I'm open-minded about the 2 options, 2 or 3. I'm not a great fan of spending $100,000. We can get into that later, but there's a hell of a lot of information that's contained here and known already. So I just wonder, is any comment you could put in from experience as to how we could take either option 2 or 3 forward to gain traction, particularly with local government? I think the business community would be far more minded. Although if you read the report which you have, Karen's made the comment, there's quite a number who say they don't want an organisation, which I think is now short-sighted. So I hopefully throwing a question on there rather than making a statement. But the reality for me is this has to succeed, but how can we get it to get past the personalities?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Well, I think we probably agree with most of what you said. We got a little statement on that slide there at the bottom that Waikato has complex and multifaceted political and economic dynamics. That sounds like an understatement. But quite a coherent economic geography at a regional level, and I know also sub-regional levels. But those things are not separate, they're not different, they're complementary. they're not a problem. So future-proof is not a problem. It's doing a good thing for that sub-region, and it's absolutely right to be doing that. It's not an economic development project. It's it's an infrastructure project. That's another discussion. But I think that forum, it took us a long time to get to this, and I've seen it work in other places, is there so that you reduce those risks around transparency and accountability, so that you can see right into the organisation straight away because you actually frame it and form it. And the other part of that is they say the success in terms of regional economic development governance is the ability to have horizontal integration and vertical integration. So horizontally across the region, TLAs, WRC, iwi, business, stakeholders coming together. You can have community groups coming together into this too, leading community organisations if it becomes a community outcome that you're trying to achieve, such as health. However, and so if you get that, then you start to get the horizontal integration as well, and you need to work on that. And that is upwards to central government, priority one, sorry for the slip there, and below that down to your community level, iwi hapu level. So that's really vital, and that's why we suggest this forum, which is slightly different from most of the other CCOs. So I think it will reduce those concerns around transparency, accountability and duplication, because it will be clear at a strategic level at the top what this organisation is doing.
Just to add to that quickly, I think at the next level down, it's critical to get that broad construct right. What I mean by that is what I've seen, where we see the biggest failure is where you've got board representatives of stakeholders. That creates a politically problematic situation. The models that I've been involved in creating, when I'm with Dallas, interestingly, is where stakeholders get input into board selection. That's where they have a voice around the governance selection, but the selection process is independent and based on the skills required for governance. So there's no political appointments to the board at all. But the key stakeholders do have a seat at the table to select that board or that governing board on a skills basis. I think that's critical to depoliticise it, but make sure stakeholders have some input into that governance structure.
Okay, and just mentioning to councillors, obviously, this is a time to ask Doug and David specific questions about their proposals. We will have time beyond this presentation to go into the other aspects of the report. So just wanting to flag that. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, similar to you, Doug, you've talked about the importance of a regional voice to attract central government funding and on a 30-year time frame. One of the issues we found is that when Te Waka folded, many of the TAs also withdrew their funding and took it back into tourism or something else. They've been key partners in providing this funding. We've had Te Waka for many years now. It obviously did manage to get government funding under the PGF funding or support that, but what is the key difference between what you're proposing and what was there, given that we used to have a regional voice nominally? How is this different? Why will it work better?
I think it comes down to, and it sits at the very top, there's a lot of work still to come to in the business case and the detail, and the devil in the detail around this. But Ved said very high level, we went cap in hand and said, how much money have we got to put into this thing? And then we constructed the organisation off that model. As a consequence, it was under powered and under resourced with the right capabilities. And so it failed to be seen as accretive to what already existed. And so I think in terms of business or TAs, they said, what are you doing differently that we're not doing already? It couldn't prove that it had an accretive element to it. We think the business case has got to prove that it has a point of difference to what already exists and is accretive to that, and can bring the other pieces along to the table to create that strong regional voice. And I think there's definitely a piece of work in the detail to figure out what level of expertise and competencies that will demonstrate that to other stakeholders in the region, such that they give it the mandate to have that regional voice. That's what I think the key fundamental difference was. And that sits around the funding model of it and also, therefore, the capability that existed. It was set to fail.
So effectively what you're saying is the 750K that was there wasn't sufficient to give Te Waka what it needed.
Look, absolutely. You can see clearly just from the case studies we showed, we were grossly underfunded just by 3 comparators. I'm not saying they've got the right. We've got to do the work ourselves to say what do we need as a region by way of resource capability, capacity to deliver our outcomes. But you can see it's going to take more than what was put in place initially.
Right. And so you're suggesting that's primarily driven through a regional council rate, given that the TAs often haven't put funding forward, and that also there's a rating on businesses.
Yes.
Possibly 3-4 million, whatever it is. There's some kind of fund that you're looking at.
Yeah, we would do the work to see what is the total cost of this organisation to be successful, as I mentioned. What have we got in available to us now? What's the funding gap? Where would the difference come from? We think a business levy, would be a key part of building that bridging that gap.
And that would have to be brought in at an annual plan and then reinforced at a LTP process, because you're talking 30 years. You're
Correct.
talking a long term.
Has to be, if you're not prepared to fund it for 30 years, part of the challenge with Te Waka, it had a 3-year funding runway. So how are you expected to attract talent why would they uplift or bring their skills to our region to work in Te Waka when they thought they might not be around, and it might not be around in 3 years?
Right. Thank you.
But 3 years is the nature of council funding. So even as a CCO,
We've got to have a longer, just like central government's decided, the infrastructure agency, it's got to have a 30-year vision, and we've got to have the same approach.
So vision, 30-year vision, I get that, but a 30-year funding horizon,
Certainly,
if it's funded from a regional council, how do you overcome the limitations?
Look, I guess it's a 30-year, proposal view, and then it can be broken back incrementally to align with, regional LTPs, etc.
Got it. All right. I've got Councillor Nicol, Marr, Kneebone, and then Cookson. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I recall, we made the decision last triennium for a 3-year term to uplift. So we forced ourselves into doing another consultation rather than deciding the 10-year. But the announcement from Te Waka to close started off very strongly with a feeling of not having the mandate. And that's one of the concerns. I've narrowed down my 3 areas of focus to concern about mandate and how to get that. Concern about silos and centralisation, since our region is so complex, and the cost effectiveness concern, obviously. My question is around, because I like a lot of what you've presented, how to get that mandate, and maybe you've kind of covered it, but I'd like to just hear it as a direct answer, how you see that working to build that up.
As Doug said, you need to build a business case for this to see whether it will stack up. But I would expect as part of that process, you will be trying to build trust and trying to build collaboration. There's kind of 3 C's now in economic development, aside from the implementation one. We used to focus so much on comparative and competitive advantage. We now also focus on collaborative advantage. Regions that come together to make things happen do better.
I think just to add quickly, we've got to rebuild that trust through, going through a proper detailed business case process, and we see that as a collaborative approach with council. But you need to ensure that you've got the voice of the region. It's just critical to have that mandate. So again, we do go back to it's not. I think where the challenge we're at the moment is we're blaming the construct. We're saying the construct is a good model to explore forward, and it should be an option to be explored forward. The failures sat with how we funded and what we had within that construct. That's the key point of difference.
Thank you. Did you have more?
Sorry, I was just going to say, actually, and the way it was set up as a trust separate from the council, I think actually created the environment for you guys to say what's happening inside that black box. I'm not quite sure. You want to get rid of that. And that's why we're focused so hard on the alignment, the levels there.
Yeah, and if I could just comment back, I think personally that this council also hasn't lent in to economic development to the degree that it could, or even any of the social issues. Like we say we have an environmental performance committee, but we don't have an economic committee or those types of things. And so, there's, from the whole relationship, there's the two sides of that, and really want to acknowledge about the lack of sufficient funding to allow it to thrive. But at the same time, there's lots of parts to that. If I could just mention that those many strands and bringing it together, we obviously saw Te Waka trying very hard to get around the place and trying to do that. My question is how it can be done differently, or how it can be achieved in general. And I just want to put the call out to this council to really have a think about how we can provide leadership in that space, because there's some great ED teams around the place, and I think they can generate a hell of a lot of mandate. And I think that they are not well enough supported, and that's where option 3 obviously comes in, and that forum part. But I'm currently travelling around the region and getting to know some of these other councils, only to embarrassingly admit that I haven't been in some of their chambers, and I've been a councillor for 5 years. So I think there's something on the part of where the staff between councils and in the Waikato work together as needs must, definitely, but the elected members don't enough. And I think that's something for us to reflect on, and something for us to have a think about how we would resource doing that, because when you want change, it comes set from the top, right? And so it's just part of what our solution could look like, is to help lead that change through that, to help reduce that complexity, because it's when it comes to the councils that, these personalities come in, right? And we could help manage that more.
We recognised early on that perhaps too much onus was on WRC for the funding and long-term sustainability of this organisation has to be shared by the region. And your point around getting around the region, I mean, I know that, for example, the people that in Lake Taupo District Council are doing some really good stuff around geothermal energy and that sort of thing. So some really nice little bits in there. But the kind of local focus, the local economic development stuff is all part of the bigger picture. And so there are times when you actually have to lift up to think about what's really important at a regional level. And it may be green energy, to which Taupo is part of the answer. So those things need to be incorporated in your approach. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so you said that one of the failures of the previous model is that the onus was too much on WRC for funding. Is that not what is being proposed here, though?
No, we think that the public-private partnership needs to come to the fore in terms of the funding of the organisation. As Doug said, the benefits will come back to the public sector and the private sector and iwi. So there's a model in there somewhere that we think is possible. So Councillor Hughes was correct that there was a large investment fund in Northland which primarily funded the regional development organisation. That said, though, all 4 councils now support it with funding. So, and that took a while. Building trust, building collaboration, working that up.
So that public-private partnership you're referring to, are you talking about that the public bit would be the rating that you're referring to, and the private bit is the business engagement? Or I just want to make sure I'm clear what you're proposing.
We don't want to provide an answer right now. Because, there's options in there. We had a whole list there of ways of funding this organisation, and we don't want to make that determination. But yes, in a nutshell, if you determine that a business rate was the best way of going about it, well, that's private sector contribution, is it not? So there may be an option for TLAs to contribute, WRC to contribute in whatever form. And then you would hope that central government would contribute as well. So the kind of nice mix there would be a third, a third, a third in my head.
Was that not the hope of Te Waka?
Yes.
This is different.
Yeah. Just to be clear on that point, again, our view is if we go from a first principles basis on what is the optimal structure to put in place and being able to fund that structure, and we can't prove that we can fund it sustainably, you can't half fund it because we'll end up in the same situation. You might as well do nothing. You've got to be able to resolve the funding challenge to ensure success follows. And in principles, what we're talking about, and there are a number of optionalities under that. There's got to be a private business contribution that sits alongside local and central contributions.
And I suppose we see that in that graph that you put up that, for instance, Northland has got significant non-council funding.
But the funding can't be at risk from day one. We can't say, well, we could possibly get this. We've got to prove we've got the funding up front and it's sustainable. Otherwise, it jeopardizes the implementation.
Prove that you've got the private funding.
The total funding model from private and public.
All right, I've got Councillor Marr, Kneebone, Cookson, Clarkson, Strange. Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, guys, for your presentation. My question's around the use of the word infrastructure and just the meaning behind that. You touched on a regional infrastructure agency and perhaps use of fast-track legislation, etc. What do you see infrastructure as? Is it pipes, power, transport, people capability?
Really good question, because there's a lot of misconceptions around what infrastructure is or isn't. It's a smorgasbord of things. It's sports facilities, for example, the velodrome. We've now got the rugby stadiums that exist around, when the sports facilities exist around the region. It's the Waikato Theatre as infrastructure, community infrastructure. There is some pipes and those sort of, it's roads. There's a wide band of definition what sits under infrastructure, and but it's not. A lot of the perception is it's very narrow, that it is just roads. It does include, looking at power. For example, it's sustainable power development over time through greener approaches to that. So there's a very broad, and again, that's why the caution is here. If you don't put the right expertise who understands that dynamic as one key element, we'll come up short in the delivery and expectations around infrastructure.
Excellent. And just if you can help me understand how an organisation like this, council-controlled organisation, would feed back into WRC with our policy-making hat on and that sort of thing. Just how are you talking directly with government and saying, yes, like here's a project we'd like to fast-track, where council might be submitting on the same fast-track policies going, hang on, we want the government to slow down. It's just that. Yeah, David's probably here.
Yeah, this is why we want the forum. Exactly why. Because at that top level, you'll be looking at how these various strategies and approaches and priorities are ameliorated across the region. What's the most important bit? And you would hope that that forum may actually have conversations, say, with housing, as it's related to economic development and or infrastructure and so on. But you really want the lead for the organisation to come from the regional strategic direction and priorities. And that highest level is where you want that to happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Sorry, the mayoral forum as the
I see the rise of the mayoral forum.
Or the Waikato plan. Or Councillor Kneebone.
Now, look, I had a bunch of questions about some of the funding models, but I think they've been answered. So I just wanted to offer a couple of comments. And one is this issue that we can't bind future councils. It's the reality of the organisation we live in. But There have been, not precedent is the right word, but when I think of the Lake Taupo Protection Project, where everyone agreed, all the parties agreed, and that was a 10-year funding period, I think the successive councils agreed to keep that rate going because there were one particular key funding partner, there being central government and Taupo District Council, and it would have been a complete stuff up if any of those partners had pulled the pin, you know. But I think that probably goes back to the comment you made, Doug, at the beginning about we've got to socialise this. If we're to go down this track, we've got to socialise it properly and get everyone engaged and make sure we know what we're selling before we go out looking for funding. And that the other example of the surf lifesaving one was an example where the albeit very small, all of the councils agreed that the most logical way to fund it was through a regional rating mechanism. I'm not suggesting that the regional rating mechanism is the only one to fund this, but I suppose the only question I did have was, and I think Tauranga do it as well, levying businesses, that's the entity itself, i.e. Rido, for want of a better word, they actually, but I'm assuming it's still voluntary because they'd have to go through the Commodity Levies Act or something to...
They do it on a membership basis,
Right,
and they have levels of membership contributions.
Okay.
We're a member of, our Tauranga firm is a member of that.
Okay.
Now, there's some positives to that model, and we're not ruling that out either. The downside to that is you can choose not to be a member.
Yeah.
So that puts risk into the sustainable funding model.
Do you have any numbers on the different versions of EDAs around the country that do that, what their percentage of if recovery is the right word, but collection is? And so, for example, if there was, I don't know, 100 potential businesses that could contribute, what percentage on average into sense?
Voluntarily, you mean, by
Yeah.
membership?
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
It would be interesting to know that as part of the process going forward.
Noted, yeah.
It'll give us some sort of clarity if we were to go down that track.
Yeah, Councillor Nebo, and if you look around the world, there's a continuum between completely publicly sector funded and within public organisations such as a council or whatever it happens to be, right through to a completely private sector funded. And what you tend to see is slightly different foci. And those different organisations, Priority One, have done a really good job of actually bringing the public sector in to their vision and strategy and membership views of the world. Many, however, tend to be organisations that are set up for the benefit of the members. So the in public good part is less so.
Yeah. Okay.
Online, Councillor Clarkson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
That's good. Thanks to Dave and Doug. Yeah, I've enjoyed the presentation. I'm interested in the fact that you raised Kelvin's example of food and fibre. I'm familiar with what's going on there. And I guess I keep coming back to the issue that we confront, which is about a diverse region and the difficulties of, well, the impossibility of being all things to everyone. And you sort of slightly touched on it in some of your wording, I think, just before about priority setting, because also a mandate is also something you obtain through an agreement from a broad church of people to focus on something. And I think that's the other part of a mandate that possibly we haven't talked about. I'm interested in your thoughts on how we might land on such a priority, because I don't sort of see the Regional Economic Development Agency as being something that just progresses business as usual. It just focuses on things that are already happening, not on or even potentially not even on existing economic activity, which is being upscaled, but actually looks for that new development, that new thing that would be something that would truly add to the regional economy and the national economy. So I wondered if you could just comment on those ideas and where you see your model assisting in that process?
Again, very good question. Look, I think we see that as a critical part of the next steps, and our last slide, which talks about doing a full business case. We actually need to engage with and build, and firstly to build trust, but also get clear views around what are the critical needs of this organisation to be successful in terms of capability and expertise. And I think you've already got some insight into that from the survey results that you've held and shared today. I mean, they gave you, to be fair, that was 50% of that was for business perspective, so I acknowledge that. But again, they're a stakeholder group. They gave you the 4 key things that they thought were imperative to get right. So it's a matter of continuing that journey and engaging with other key stakeholder groups to confirm and build their profile to prioritise the needs of the organisations to deliver the expected outcomes. That bottom-up approach is critical. Again, then you go back to what is it going to cost? How do we fund it?
And did you see the forum as being the place where that priority setting occurs, or?
Yeah, that's the question I was going to address with you, Councillor Clarkson. You notice in the second row down, the Rideau board charged with negotiating strategy, funding and scope. So that's a reflexive conversation that has to happen between the operational level and the high level governance level. So you're absolutely right. The food and fibre one, it's easy to say that food and fibre is our priority, but what in that? So you need to drill down harder as to what's actually being done in support of that regional priority. So yes, a negotiation process, especially around strategic and priority setting between the Rideau board and the forum. So you've got the top-down view and the bottom-up view coming together.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. That's great. Thanks for that.
Got it. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your presentation so far. Yeah. I had a couple of main points which have been answered already. My main concern is we heard a lot from Te Waka about those agencies and those people who are already doing economic development and duplication of efforts. We've also, you've mentioned the 30-year infrastructure plan and definition of infrastructure and what that might look like. We've also got the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, education training providers, so we've got a workforce. Where are they going to live? How are they going to get there? Recently, we've had our 30-year transport plan, which would have enabled a lot of people who live in outer regions, outer districts, to get to work, completely unfunded by the current government. So a 30-year infrastructure plan is great. However, if it's not bipartisan, if it's based on very narrow definitions of what people need, I would sort of see that as being unworkable. I think what our region needs is what we've canvassed already through Transport Committee, through Future Proof, through lots of other forums that we already have. Great work has been done so far through, as I said, the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, through the previous Waikato plan. I would possibly also challenge some of the assumptions around that we aren't a joint-up region and that we don't have a joint-up voice. I think it's too easy to say that. And we've heard about personalities perhaps previously, but my experience over the last couple of years, this triennium, is that we do want to work together. And so I would love for that narrative to change, that we don't have a common voice already. What we need to do is build on what we've done so far and change the narrative and say to the current government, yeah, we're ready. And I'm excited about where this might go, incorporating where we've already made investments as a council, where others have already continued the work that they have been doing. And we just really just need someone to bring it all together and actually harness what we've already got. So if somebody can do that, that would be amazing. I did have a detailed question, which would possibly be addressed through the business case. We see the graph about per capita spending in your presentation. What would be the ideal total operational budget that an EDA or ED, whatever you're calling it? When I first saw it, I thought it said redo. And I thought, how many redos can we actually do, you know? But when you pronounced it redo, yeah, I think there might be a little bit of semantics around that. But yeah, ideally, well, maybe you could put it, what would be the ideal per capita spend through a local government portion, and then also for the total envelope as well.
David might have some views as well. My view on that is, you know, that is the work ahead to, because we're going from a bottom-up approach. Yeah. We've got to identify the structure that is to set it up for success, the cost of that structure. It'll be what it'll be based on our regional needs. And then some cross-referencing or cross-checking against, well, what does that look like by way of a per capita spend? How does that sit against other regions? Will tell us if we've got that sort of bearing right, and saying, well, we think we've got the right model. Clearly, we've underthought this or overthought it because it sits well above or below other per capita spend. So I think it's a really important tool to pressure test some of our assumptions and costings that we'll do in the next phase. Would do in the next phase of work in that business case.
Yeah, and I'm probably quite interested as well. You referenced priority 1, but my understanding that's not the whole Bay of Plenty region.
That's correct.
Is it? It's just Western Bay and Tauranga?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So, yeah, they do quite well for then such a small geographical area.
Above their weight, yeah.
Possibly less players as well. So, yeah. Cool. But yeah, looking forward to where it might go.
To get a clearer view of what that collaboration looks like. The business leaders and civic leaders that we've engaged with so far are in favour of exploring this further, not in favour of having an in-house organisation within WRC trying to join those things together. The private sector does not see that will work, and it's partly because of some of the issues that Karen brought up around in favour of a council-controlled organisation perspective. And we can explore that if you wish, but that's the message we're getting from business and civic leaders at the moment. We haven't heard anything contrary. So it's kind of like do this or don't, do it properly or don't.
And to that end, just to quickly add, we have got some letters, a letter of support to that effect, to look at this and do a full business case on this. They were equally effusive as this group is, that we're not looking to replicate what we've already had because it failed. We've got to learn from those failings and not blame. We've got to design this properly from a construct and what it's housed in, and then build it from the bottom up again, rebuild that trust. But we will leave these letters of support, just which really is supporting the idea of taking this forward and developing a full business case.
Adversarial there, because you know what this council does in terms of spatial planning, the transport committee, all those planning functions, regulatory, how you do those things well is absolutely fundamental to the success of anything else that happens. Also, you talked about different agencies doing different things at different levels, and that you could provide some leadership to put that together. In some area, or in most areas, regional promotion, for example, and visitor economy alongside the work with innovation on Callaghan, New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, all that business development work is in one place. I'm not saying that this is the answer, but that was kind of where we got to. You've got all parts of the answer here, but they're in siloed little entities that are actually all vulnerable themselves.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood what you said. Are you saying that you would have heard from every business leader that this is the model they support?
So far, very strong support.
So the ones you've spoken to so far, can you, I mean, because obviously we've had a survey that had a number of business responses. Can you give me a feel for?
I'll go one step back. My friend, Professor Greg Clark, Mr. City Regional Business Leader guy, he said to me once, the most important thing that you can have is civically minded business leaders in this game. And I would categorise the people that we've spoken to so far as that. Civically minded business leaders, there's also some civic leaders in there. Now that's the beginning.
Did we not have civically minded business leaders behind Te Waka?
No, I think you did. Yes, absolutely, you did. I think it would have held out a lot of promise.
Yeah, just to add to David's point, in terms of, to Karen's point, we're not saying it's representative of the whole region. We just wanted to pressure test our report against some civically minded business leaders, organisation leaders, and that was in tertiary health and education and business. It was a very small representation, but we just wanted to make sure we understood where they saw the problems and what we were talking about to them, and saying that this is just the first leg of the journey. There's got to be a detailed business case to set this up for success and getting their support for taking that initiative forward.
All right, I've got Councillor Hodge, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Councillor Hodge.
Kia ora koutou. I've been sitting here trying to analyse what my thoughts are. So I'll be upfront and say that I wasn't a big fan of WRC funding criteria in the last lot. And the reasons being is I didn't see any value for anything outside Hamilton-centric. And looking at your program here, I want to make sure that the difference between this and the last one is that they're taking more of Hamilton-centric, because I'm rural, you know, we've got a lot of stuff happening in rural. We're already involved in social infrastructure, social procurement, which is something that's not quite explicit in your lot. And so I have to talk on behalf of the people in rural. When you go all the way up to Moko, all the way over to Turangi, all of those areas, where is the regional development, economic development happening there? Because one, their social infrastructure, their social well-being is also low. And if you're talking about more jobs, more this, more that, you know, it's not quite happening there. So, and I don't see it in this project going forward. So I think something is better than nothing. Yeah, so I really would like to see how redo this new infrastructure that you are looking at does have a lot of benefit for rural, not just way out in the Wops, but, you know, places like Tokoro, Tikwiti, Ochirahanga, things like that. Okay.
Look, I think it's a very good question, and I think it speaks to engaging but the basic premise is that this is a regional accretive voice which represents the whole region, not just perspectives, city-based or otherwise. It's got to take into account the whole needs of the region. Yeah. I know that's easy to say, harder to do, but this has got to create a very strong voice that brings the needs of the whole region together, not just parts of the region. That's part of the challenge we've had to date, because parts of the region have gone on quests of funding for infrastructure, which, and to be fair, I missed key points that includes health organisations and schools. that's infrastructure.
So just, as an example, for instance, you got tourism is a big thing. Maunga Tautari is struggling. It's struggling. And does that mean, can it come under the regional economic development somehow? I don't know. Just an example.
And
Can I just, sorry, Chair.
I'm just reminding councillors that what we're hearing now is one of the options. We do still need to hear about the other option. And so just reminding you of that if that influences any of your lines of questions. All right, I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith, Councillor Marr, and Councillor Downard, and then I would like to wrap this up and we will take a break before we move on in the subject. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Just a very simple question, but it seems fundamental. You've come here with civic-minded leaders like Dallas funding this part so far. You now talk about a detailed business case. Are you expecting Regional Council to fund that, or is that something the private sector is going to do?
A very good question. We haven't got an absolute answer on that. We would certainly be looking to see how that could be funded. And no, there's no expectations. A short answer that we came here expecting council to fund that process.
And if you did expect council, I mean, how much would you be looking for the detailed business case, and when would it be completed by?
It's a very good question. Again, I'd summarise at a very high level and say the cost won't be insignificant, and the time with this complexity of stakeholder engagement would be a longer gestation period than other business case types that I've worked on before. I think it would be, hazarding a guess, you'd be wanting to block out sort of a 3 to 4 months sort of window to do the requisite work.
Right. Okay, so there'd be no decision, if we went with that option, no decision until February, March next year, because there wouldn't be a business case. And yeah.
We need to understand some of the milestones that sit on the council side and work back from that as well. I mean, that's just, there's no impediments to the process.
Well, February is the beginning of the annual plan process,
So we'd amplify the process to fit back in with council reporting and other needs.
It would be useful to know if you are asking for regional council funding, because that's a decision that we need to consider, or is the $100,000 we're looking at to go towards a business case if we go there? I mean, so it would be useful to clarify that today before we make a decision.
I think to clarify that, we would see this as a collaborative effort, business and council coming together. We'd be seeking some way that we could join forces in the funding of this process and the process itself, because that would give you a seat at the table around the scope and delivery of the project as well.
Ben's asked my question. Thank you.
Councillor Downard.
Yeah, thanks. I'd just like to follow on Katarina. As you well know, I'm right down on the edge of the Waikato region, Taupo, and we do spend a lot as a TA, the economical development. We struggle with housing down there, to get the people in. As you well know, there's over $1 billion being spent in the energy sector, and then also transport to get people from our smaller community settlements. So my biggest drive ever since I've been on Waikato Regional Council, which is only 2 years, has been trying to be affordable for the ratepayers. And we've heard from central government what our core responsibilities are, both in TAs and regional. So that's a big drive to me, is that I think there is a part for this, a certain part of it, but it's how much, the costing. That's my first, when I went through this paper and seen the 3 options, and it said it hadn't had costing, but which option we go for then would do a costing for. But it's very hard when you don't have that costings there. I'm still very concerned about just what ratepayers can afford. In our region, we've got a lot of supers, people that are retiring, and now they struggle to pay. And I've mentioned this in the, many times, even through the long-term plan and the annual plan, they're really struggling to pay their rates and insurance and stuff like that. So it's really important that we have the costings. And I know it's hard which option, we haven't even gone to the other option yet. But that's going to be a big driver for me. But economic development for our region, I think, is important because, as you say, you know, the population growth in the Tauranga, Hamilton and Auckland is huge. So it has to be addressed with the big part is Warren brought up is the infrastructure, you know, not only in the infrastructure, but have we got the people to do it?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I'm very passionate about housing myself. I chair the Habitat for Humanity Lower North Island region. I'm immersed fully into affordable housing and trying to get more housing and solutions in place in that spectrum. It's critical. It's fine to have good businesses, but if you can't house the people that are working in those businesses in an affordable way, there's not much point. So all of these things have got to fit together. And again, you've got more vulnerable communities in that space. So we've got this is why we need a conjoined view of the thing in terms of that planning for all the infrastructural needs, housing. And I'm a big advocate and supporter of the WHI, and we've played key roles within that as well. So, yeah, well taken.
You know, I'm familiar with this, having worked for and with one of the poorest TLA districts in the country. And I think where they got to was that unless we have very real economic development to increase prosperity, we're just turning the dial.
Just keen to, I mean, it seems to me what I've heard is reference to funding as the challenge that Te Waka faced, and also I'm hearing that the challenge for the region is the one voice. With Te Waka as the regional economic development agency for the region, why was it not able to be that voice for the region? Any insight?
That comes down to mandate. And, you know, that I don't think you would...
How is the mandate of what you're proposing different from the mandate that...
Forum supported governance, good governance, joining those bits up, because I don't think they believed that they had the mandate to speak on behalf of the region, really. And I don't think you probably thought they did either, necessarily. But they were delivering some services for you. And from what I could see, they were doing that well. But the breadth and depth of what you really need for a region of this size, more than double Northland, in terms of population and other areas, is quite a different thing.
All right, councillors, we've been going for a fair while now. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Give us all a break. Then when we come back, we'll hear from Karen on the other option that's in front of us. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you, David. Thank you, Doug, for your presentation. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen.
Dave, do you want to just push forward to the circle?
Oh, sorry, just reconvening the meeting. It is 11:40.
Through you, Chair, shall I start? Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. This is a really interesting position to be in, to actually have to present another view, because by and large, I think the intent of both options 2 and 3 is the same. It's both about a unified perspective of what the region needs. It's about speaking with one voice. It's about alignment, collaboration, and prioritization, and more importantly, about delivery in the end. So this model is the one that has come through very strongly from our stakeholder engagement, and that includes business leaders, community leaders, not-for-profit sector, education, and others that we have spoken with. And this is really about using and enabling those entities who really understand their communities, who really understand how their communities function and how they roll up into the region. And I think for those of us in local government, the concept of subsidiarity is absolutely something that is supported, where activities and responsibilities and decisions are taken at the level closest to where they happen. So this model is, by and large, pretty much trying to achieve the same outcomes as the CCO model we discussed previously. The difference is it has removed that layer of a CCO. It's removed the entity that many of our stakeholders believe comes between the strategy and decision making and the delivery on the ground. So again, as we mentioned at the beginning, this is really about developing a regional leadership partnership that aligns with the government's regional deals framework. And this would include local government, central government, iwi, and private sector. We have experience as a council in bringing those groups together as a collective to actually achieve outcomes over time. And that's also another important element of a council being involved, is that councils are here for the long term, and that we actually have the potential to reach communities and fund these activities over the long term. The Regional Leadership Partnership would have responsibility for strategy, and that delivering jobs, improve standards of living, increase productivity, connected and resilient infrastructure and quality housing is actually directly from the regional deals framework, and also links into the Regional Infrastructure Fund and would be part of the spatial planning that is underway here. The role would be to agree those outcomes, outputs, and objectives based on an in-depth understanding of regional environmental, economic, and social conditions that then allows you to measure success against those priorities that have been agreed at regional scale. And then that regional delivery, or the regional leadership, would be convening, coordinating, partnering, and developing those plans, which would then drop into that delivery of data and analytics, the infrastructure planning, and the advocacy. So the doing at regional scale, and then the sub-regional delivery. And this is where we have all of the various entities doing their bit, knowing their communities, knowing their sectors, knowing what has to be achieved to actually develop business in our communities, because that's where living standards are improved, isn't it? We change a system from within and at that level in communities. And that would enable us to catalyse economic placemaking and work across multiple parts of our region and multiple sectors. The investment attraction and business liaison would be at that scale. And there would be the connection to local communities, to regional jobs, to housing and opportunities in their communities, but also being able to link into the region to scale up and understand opportunities across. And then there is a lot of, what would we say, support from our stakeholders to look at community wealth building more closely and to work with our anchor institutions and come together with shared strategies on, for example, social procurement or training and skills development. So that's, in a nutshell, how the option 3 is envisaged. It would have alignment, it would have leadership, and it would have mandate. So if you want to pause there and perhaps put questions to me and just pull it apart and see what you need to understand.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, Karen. Thank you for that. Just a couple of questions. So you've noted here that SODA is now reconvening the Waikato Economic Development Forum.
Yes.
So the agencies are beginning to cluster together.
Yes.
And that this body would support cross-organisational collaboration. In the assessment of options, it talks about requiring additional WRC resource for regional development, regional delivery. So is this effectively staff internally to regional council who would help do that cross-organisational function?
It would have to be some resource, and particularly for data and analytics, to provide that understanding of our region.
Is there an external part to that, or is it largely internal staff?
At this stage, envisaged largely internal,
right.
But we have to do that business case. But at this stage, all of the activity and knowledge and skills and relationships, or much of it, is held already.
Yeah. So it's effectively helping things like the Development Forum or the various TAs with their economic development groups.
Yeah.
And what about the front for overseas investors? How would that be seen?
Again, those discussions need to be continued, but a digital front door, a website that brings them in, invites them in, and then there's a coordinating role, because it might not necessarily be the regional council, it might be a business group hosting, demonstrating all the great things this region has. It might be another council, it might be the future-proof region. But it would be a clearinghouse for the best place for those external investors or government to be hosted.
And just finally, we've heard that the 750K was underfunding for Te Waka, and that there's possibly a need for 3-4 million to build the CCO model. Is this going to be a much less expensive option from council's point of view? Would it require business groups being rated, for example?
That's entirely up to council's choice about how to fund additional staff, for example. That would be part of the business case brought to you with the model.
Thank you.
I've got Councillor Marr, then Councillor Nicol. Councillor Marr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is this diagram proportional to any effort or anything like that, or is it just
nesting? It's nesting to show alignment and support.
Okay, cool. Second question, Karen, you've been in this space for a long time now, working through all these things. Which option would you choose?
That really is an unfiltered question. I have presented to you, Councillor Marr, what your stakeholders have suggested. You've got 2 options that have come through from your stakeholders.
Thank you. And what worries me about this is there's very little structure and detail in behind it as it sits now, and I understand you're presenting us with an option. It just concerns me that we've seen how complex our region is, for want of a better way of putting it, and I just have trouble with WRC being able to pull all this together along with partnerships and things. You know, we struggle with JMAs and some iwi relationships, and just being able to get everybody together, and not being critical of iwi in any way, shape or form, but just to me, this is a lot of hui and a lot of dui from what I can see as it sits there now. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
You raise a good point there, Councillor Smith, that we could ask our chief executive that question.
One of the roles of the chief executive is to give us advice. Whether we take it or not is another issue. But whether Karen wants to duck, that's fine. But the chief executive could be asked that question. Thank you.
An hour later.
Would you like me to answer the question?
Yeah. Yes, we would.
So the way I see it is that both structures rely on bringing a partnership approach to the top, which will be the oversight and will hold strategy for what wants to be achieved. It's where the delivery occurs. You know, some aspects in option 3, the suggestion is it could be held within council, because we kind of do some of that anyway. And other aspects of we're saying is that, well, there's just not one community of interest in Waikato. There are different communities of interest, and there are economic development organisations, there's business support organisations that have occurred naturally in the region to support that, business growth and economic development. And, you know, we've heard some examples of it. So that, for me, I think that there's some sense to it. We've tried different approaches with a regional approach several times, and it hasn't worked. And to me, that's the way we could go. The other aspect that's on my mind, and what I'd be wanting you to think about is, in the absence of business cases, it kind of makes it difficult. And if there is going to be a rating on the business community, we have a lot of small to medium enterprise businesses in the region. There's some bigger ones as well. There's probably about, from my best understanding, about 12,000 rating units for businesses. So whatever it is that would be asked to contribute towards it, if we use a business rating approach, that could be significant, given a lot of those businesses are also rated by their own sectors. And yes, I think it is. Yes. And so I didn't have that in my mind as a business rating unit in my mind. So I guess that you'll be asked to take a punt on what the business case would come back and say, what the economic contribution would be from private investment, central government investment, and therefore what would be required from us. Then, of course, it's as Karen has said, you've got different tools you can use to try and bring that in. But one of the things I think I heard earlier was around businesses potentially being one of the options to be rated. So I'm in mind that we have if we look going forward, I'm not feeling a lot of pressure to put rates up. It's one of the things that we're going to have to think about if we're going to develop something in this area. We would be probably reliant on a business case for option 2, bringing back a substantial funding from other sources, unless you wanted to do rates or use other sources, other tools at your disposal for how you'd fund it. I think that my discussions with Karen, if you have a look at how do we facilitate a partnership forum, which is similar, I think, to the development forum we saw in the other one, and how we would facilitate some of the regional delivery. My gut would tell me it's a lower overall cost, but we are reliant on the other organisations in the region delivering, and we've got to hit that's a trust model, and that they would step up if they needed to do more. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but there's some stuff to take into account that I'd be suggesting.
Right, I've got Councillor Nicol, then Councillor Smith, then Councillor Kneebone. Councillor Nicol.
I think there's a phasing perhaps and a long-term view to take. in the near term for this annual plan, I am leaning towards option 3 initially, because the running around that Te Waka did to try and get local government views and others, I want to not have another entity, and then creating another entity when you've always got people in years saying we've got so many entities and so forth, and there comes a competitiveness with creating a new entity again, rather than taking this approach of bringing our ED teams together more, supporting them to be the best they can be, sorting local government view out first, to then, because whatever entity or other work needs doing after, that's the core requirement first. Otherwise, you're just loading them up with a whole heap of work that's going to be really expensive with that running around like we've seen before. So option 3 initially. However, if there is something that with that support can't be done well within councils, and we've heard with option 2 that there are things, then by exception, if we could look at whether we need a CCO, whether there's an existing agency that can deliver that, whether there is something that's just a small piece of work that can be delivered over a fixed term, for example, I'd be keen to do that in that way. And that's largely coming because I mentioned before the cost effectiveness is what I'm keeping in mind as well. And so in the short term, the cost effectiveness is the good investment to sort local government and those it engages with out. And then long term, I'd be really surprised if we didn't have perhaps a regional economic development agency like other regions, but in the short term, let's make the path there easier. That's where I'm leaning at the moment.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Excuse me. We were elected to be leaders. It's time we were leaders. We've heard so much. We've got so much in this document. We've had workshops. We've seen and discussed and had presentations from Te Waka. I think we know the landscape. And if we don't, we haven't been listening, I think. So it's time to be courageous, time to be leaders. And so what do we want? I don't want to see political interference in economic development. It needs to be supported by this council and other councils, the business community and the likes. We all understand that. So it's about time that we actually made that decision. Whether in a position to make that decision today, I have some doubts, but the reality for me is it's time to stop the hui and it's the doi's time. So I'm certainly, in my questioning at the last workshop was about should we be a shop front and facilitate the movement to the right people, etc. There is still that underlying issue with central government, and I keep going back to the future-proof because those 3 councils were where the expressway went through, and we can see what the economic benefit to the Waikato region and nationally with the completion of the expressway. It took a number of years, but we got there. So I think there is a strong need for a regional entity. I think the option 3 could take too long to get going, and really the buy-in. And I know I've had some discussions with many of you around the table over the last few days. I do worry about the cost of a business case, but it's time to put up or shut up. I think we either get out of this space and leave it to others, or we take the courageous move and move forward. So I was inclined for option 3. I'm leaning more to option 2, but I'd certainly like to hear from others. But I just want to stop and say it's time to move on. If we're going to do something, let's do it and stop talking about it. Thank you.
Councillor Kneebone.
I've agreed with a lot of things being said today. One is that whole concept of a long-term thing, and the period of time of 30 years has been talked about. Just thinking aloud a wee bit. The concept, for example, of a contribution from businesses by way of a membership of a agency, whatever it's called, club top thing. Is it really realistic to get that in place, given all the work that needs to be done? Because we're October, November, half of December's gone, all of January's gone, then you're into February. Look, I'll be honest, I don't feel comfortable to make a decision today. I think there's merit in both models, but I think I probably understand more about option 2 than I do about option 3, just because of a little bit different. There might be a bit of both in there. I don't know, but I'm just thinking I'm not ready to make a decision today. I'm on the same page as Noel there. If we go away and come back in a month's time, and for argument's sake we are, a pretty tight time frame when you think of all the bits and pieces that go in for option 2 to work. I'm not saying we don't give direction. I'm talking about whether we take it a little bit longer. I don't know. I'm chucking it out there for thinking about, because in the concept of the life of this entity, organisation, whatever you want to call it, we're talking about, try and get something organised by February, I don't think is realistic. If we don't want to go down the same track we went to go until.
If I could just, I'm going to throw to Karen this time. If I could just ask a comment. If councillors were of mind to delay, I think there's real risk that through this annual, we won't be in a position to have everything together for a consultation with the community in the annual plan. That could be tested, but there's a risk. If that were to occur, I'm just trying to seek your thoughts on what the impact of that might be, because the longer the length of time that the Waikato region goes on without a coordinated economic development approach, there's a void. If that were to occur, is there a way that void could be filled to assist whilst things take longer to work out?
Partly the request for $100,000, which we want to discuss, would help identify how we might fill that void, which is an important input into the business case. It would, I envisage, require the Regional Council still to offer support and coordination to all of the existing entities out there. And it would require Pamela, the chair, through the Mayoral Forum, to seek that support and to actually put in place, if you like, a shadow model that exists in front of us now.
All right, I've got Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at it from a holistic point of view. Hamilton City, and I know we're talking about the city, but that's where the bulk of the population resides in this region. It's growing faster than any other city in New Zealand. The Waikato has strong ED representation across the region, and that's one of the problems we have in terms of trying to bring that together. And should we be trying to break that down and bring it together? Is there a logic in behind that? Talk to Michaela about what they're doing in Taupo. Totally divorced from what we're doing in Hamilton. The Hamilton City Council have got their own group there doing this economic development work. I don't know what their budget is, but my guess it's probably costing them $500,000 a year. And if somebody comes to Hamilton, they know where to go to receive that. You know, Chief Executives highlighted the fact that we have a number of these groups, Chamber of Commerce, a whole lot of groups across the region that are doing this work. So I'm very much against trying to reinvent the wheel. We, I believe, have had our fair share of the funding from central government, promised in the last, 6 months, if you like. If you compare us with the rest of the country, I think we've done pretty well out of it. I know there's some that are feeling aggrieved the fact that our transport funding hasn't been what they expected, but we have to look down the road and see where the money's been spent, and that's the reason why we're not getting supported by Central Wellington, because the money's not been wisely used around the city. So option 3 appears to the best to me on a limited basis, to act as a shop front to catch up those people that are not being met by the other EDs at the moment. I do agree that we need a coordinated approach to Wellington, and I think we have got organisations currently capturing that data from around the region, and for better or for worse, it seems to be getting to Wellington. I think we can do better on that front, but that would be one major key, to have a coordinated central point to focus it. So whatever gives us that deliverable, I will support. I think that to me is the area that's currently missing. The rest of it appears to be working. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having the growth that we were experiencing.
Just if I could get some clarification from you, Karen. How many councils, district councils and the city council, how many have in-house economic development staff?
All except Matamata Piako have some presence, have some ED presence. Otorohanga has its Otorohanga Development Board, but they're very closely aligned to the council staff. And as we've talked about, Taupo has Amplify down there.
Right. And isn't there some partnership between Hauraki District Council and Thames Coromandel District Council around?
That's at the tourism entity, right. But they have each their own economic development staff.
Okay. Do we have, sorry, just another question. Do we have any sense that under either option 2 or option 3, that those existing commitments that councils have, or that EDAs that are already in place, RTOs that are already in place, do we have any indication that they would see either option, a decision from this council to pursue either option 2 or option 3, and they would say, we no longer need to do this on our own back, we'll join that structure or entity? Have we had any indication?
That's why this is presented, because the view from the councils and from a number of the business support entities is we want to be coordinated. We want to know there is someone advocating for the region, but we're closest to our communities. We want to continue doing this.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, thank you. My concern today is similar to Stu's, that it's difficult to make a decision when we've heard from the CCO model that it probably needs $3 to $4 million, and it needs possibly up to $200,000 extra to develop a business case before we can actually get to work it out. Because if we're needing to raise $3 or $4 million, that has an impact on rates, and council are going out for long-term plan, for consultation for everyone. And I don't see how the timeframe can meet that to develop the business case in a timeframe that can get us out for consultation to actually decide how we raise an extra $3 or $4 million. So I guess then I'm sitting closer with Jennifer, is that as an interim step, we should actually look at option 3, so there's some form of coordination happening across the region. And that it's internal at this stage, and that possibly the CCO model comes back to us at the next LTP or the next annual plan cycle after that, because by then we will have developed a network with the agencies. I'm also mindful of the fact that when Regional Council has been involved in this in the past, we've had pushback from the TAs saying we do our own economic development. We don't want you overlaying that. Mm-hmm. We want you to help coordinate it, so that that's an interim model that could move forward. Yeah, I'm still not sure about what the $100,000 is for, but we can come to that later. But that's, yeah.
Sorry, did you? I was distracted. Did you ask a question of me? Good. All right. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I am probably also leaning towards option 3 at this stage. Yeah, as I previously said, we do have a lot of other people already doing things outside of our TA partners as well. Just on the advocacy to Wellington, to me that would be a local MP's job. So that partnership with our local members of parliament, of which we have quite a number who are ministers, yeah, needs to be maybe developed a bit more, and those with links in that area could be greasing those wheels a bit more as well. So yeah, I would see 3 as Councillor Nicholl said, that staging towards seeing what could happen without leaving a void, as our Chief Executive has said. So yeah, my feelings at this stage is 3. Yeah, and a lot more conversations would need to happen as well. So yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you.
Again.
Just coming to a point you raised in a question, Madam Chair, in whether the TAs would drop out to the central agency. I would certainly hope that that's not the case. Insofar as I look at when Shirley came to New Zealand looking for a dairy factory, and at that stage they were looking at 3 sites. I think there were 2 in the Waikato and 1 outside of the Waikato region. It's been a few years, but I know originally there was 3 sites. For the region to be the lead on that sort of stuff, that would be picking winners within the TAs within our region. And that would be not a situation where I would want to see that organisation, because it is the TAs that have the land and the district plans and whatever else. It's not the region so much with it, the regional plan. Yeah, there's a crossover, but the concept under option 3 of being a coordinator, facilitator, or the link between the TA and the local authorities and the whoever, be it nationally or internationally, for development. But it's that, coming back to what Chris said, it is the connection between Wellington and the region that we need to be looking at a coordinated approach. And I was talking to one of the people on the back of the room from Smart Waikato earlier, and they've had some great success getting a couple of million out of central government. So that's a single organisation looking at a single issue. There's no regional oversight and support for that particular entity, whereas that might be helpful, it may not. But everyone's trying to do their own thing. And if I was a minister, with a whole lot of people coming to see me for little bits and rats and mice, because a couple of million is really rats and mice as far as government's concerned, it may work. It might be the right thing to do, but we're losing that regional approach or sub-regional approach that, and I go back to Future Proof because that was highly successful. We've got a national, don't forget the government invested $1 billion through NZTA and the likes in funding that expressway. So we haven't been without funds coming in, but it was a coordinated, it wasn't just one council, it was a number of councils going together on the same vision. So yeah, it may end up with a hybrid, but yeah, I think coming back to the Chief Executive, if we delay, and I'm still not sure that we can make the decision today, but we can't delay too much if we want to see something in the annual plan. And I do not want to see economic development being lost because of cost. As I go back to my comments earlier, we're elected as leaders. If economic development is the right thing, it's our mandate, then we have to fund it to do it properly. Otherwise, I think someone said before, we do it or we get out. So anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen, If we go with option 3, or the indication is option 3, what are staff going to focus on as you leave this room? Just interested, is it just purely a business case that we will take to the annual plan, or if you can sort of give me an idea of.
At this point, councillors, shall we talk about the funding?
Which was the next part of that other question. So.
May I go there, please?
Yes.
Was there another slide, please, Dave? Next steps. Right. When we leave the room, ongoing stakeholder engagement to test and actually to get the refinement of how we would operationalize.
So that's BAU.
This is, if you were to say, you said, if you give you option 3, what do you do? And either way, either option, we go this way. And the $100,000 from prior year's surplus is actually to enable us to address a lot of the issues you've raised in this room today about understanding the different communities of interest, the different economic geographies, and seeing how do we tell a completely coherent story of this region. How do we have a shared evidence base that takes, for example, Councillor Smith, the egos out of the room so that you're working on what's the best outcome for this region and how do we get there and how do we prioritise so that we do have a successful outcome such as the future-proof successes with transport. So we'd be looking at a bottom-up approach to build the evidence base to understand those opportunities, priorities, and what the implementation might look like. And this is so all the different entities we're talking about have a shared evidence base and they can play to their strengths. They can see who might dip out of that particular activity, but let's look at this person doing that activity or this entity. It will provide useful information that will serve a number of different purposes. So we'd be looking at the labour market catchments, where people live compared to where they work. We'd be looking at the consumers, where they spend their money, where the trade is happening, businesses, trading and supply chain relationships, industrial nodes, recreation, and that's part of what we were talking about. What do we need to support people's spare time? And from that, we'd have a high-level profile of key economic and spatial planning issues for each area. Now, a lot of this has been done, and there's an inventory underway, but it does take time to gather that information together to present a coherent picture, because it's held in different places. There is no single view. We've got probably the best for future-proof, but what do we have for the rest of the region, and how do we show the stocks, flows, and alignments?
So this is staff spending. This is on additional staff.
No,
together. This is contractors. This is
there'll be
and also time frame.
Yeah, so there's things like a project plan would probably be 3 weeks work. We've got a discovery phase that will be another 6 weeks at least, possibly longer. We need to scope it up properly. But when you cost each of these things, they do come in. $100,000 is much less than you would possibly be quoted by any consultant. That will be a mix of consultant and staff time. And finally, you're wanting detail. So once we've got sort of the areas, we would then do a deep dive, I hope, if there's sufficient budget, to look at those infrastructure, capacity deficits issues. What are the resilience issues? Really, really important as we look at what's happening and when's the next Gabrielle coming? The community aspirations, the growth capacity and constraints. Again, Future-Proof has a lot of this. And then develop the decision-making framework so that people know what might be the implementation plan. How do we deliver on that?
Yeah, thank you. I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Just hang on to your mic there for a second. So if I look at these next steps, Karen, they're the same were we to go either option 2 or option 3, right? It's just the direction of the business case that might differ in this.
Right.
Sorry, Karen, can you just clarify when a business case would be expected to be in front of councillors in this scenario, and would it likely be the same for both option 2 and option 3?
I anticipate they would be different from the perspective that we would be looking at using existing. So the existing ecosystem is there. That's not going to cost regional council. But developing a new entity will cost regional council.
Can I just get a feel, Councillor Marr?
By all means.
If you're leaning towards 2 or are you leaning towards 3?
I'm on the fence
You're
right
on
in
the
the middle.
On the fence. On the fence.
Noel's fence, the barbed wire.
All right. I've got Councillor Mahuta, Councillor Downard. Trying to think of who's already spoken because I do want to get people who have not spoken yet. So I've got Councillor Mahuta, Councillor Downard, and then I've got, and then we'll go on from there. Sorry, Councillor Mahuta online.
Kia ora and thank you, councillors. If I go silent, it's the 3-year-old behind me. I've just got to manage him. Couple of things. Thank you, one, for the opportunity to consider all 3 options. To you and your team, Karen, appreciate that. My question isn't so much of staff, it's of council. Where do we want to be at annual plan and for setting council up for next triennium? Because then we can commit the funding to make this happen. Yeah? So do we want to fund as much as we've got left, or do we want to fund something that will happen in this triennium for next triennium? Because at the moment, we are the term that killed off economic development. That's our current soundbite. I know that's not who we want to be, but unless we determine that by annual plan we want to be considering this, and we'll pay whatever it is to get to that so that we can execute something for next triennium, I think all 3 options, we're just playing around. We're not really investing in something that's going to go forward. Tāku nei, if it's not in next year's annual plan as a target that we're putting out to our people saying this is what we want to do for the go forward, it gives it a mandate into the next council triennium. Otherwise, we're just really preparing an option for the incumbent council. That's where I'm at, Pamela, because as Karen said, it's as fast as the money we put into it. A lot of this information exists. So I'm just asking my fellow councillors, how much are we willing to do for this? So that at least the council after us has something to pick up and run with. Otherwise, we leave them with the same question. So the level of investment, I'm happy that we do something, but that it take place in this triennium. Otherwise, I'm really investing in the next council. And if it's that, well, I'll let them to think about it. The question I have for you, Karen, principally though, is which one of these approaches can we take Dallison and with us on? Because if they do have a community of support, we don't want to lose that. So that's my question to Karen. But my more important question is to us is where do we want to be? And how do we want to be considered? What was our approach to economic development as a council? Because anyone can prepare a report for us, we still might not choose any of them. Then we are the council that killed economic development. Kia ora, Madam Chair. Ngā mihi.
Just a point of clarification I would like to make. I don't believe that we are a council that killed off economic development. This council was positioned and had agreed to continue to support the Economic Development Agency that was in place. That
Okay, but
EDA
it hasn't
made a choice.
It hasn't happened in our term. It hasn't happened in our term. So that's how we'll be remembered, Pamela. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you, but the optics aren't on our side. So again, where do we want to be by annual plan? Where do we want to be in the first year of the next triennium? Those are my questions to council, not to staff. Thank you.
Do you want to make a comment, Karen, or are you good?
Well, did you want to answer the council thing, or shall I respond to Councillor Mahuta? She asked about relationships. May I respond?
Yes, yes.
Councillor Mahuta, thank you for that question. The most important thing to us is relationships. The most important thing to us is to continue discussions with the business community, and that's certainly what I was talking with Doug and David about, was the objectives, the high level intent is absolutely identical, and how we get there, we have to work together to achieve that. Obviously, the current system is one where we have a business community of civic-minded business people, and there would have to be opportunities for ongoing engagement, whatever model. Hope that answers your question.
Got a whole lot of people who want a second go. We do need to make progress on this, councillors. Just, I know that Councillor Smith has stated his preference for option 2. I have not heard that from anyone else, just canvassing. If there is anyone that is specifically in favor of option 2.
I'm wanting to understand from what you've said, Karen, what it's purely a clinical question. What instructions, if any, are we giving to the option 2 people? So I was hearing that the work you're proposing is going to go to here, then we're not quite sure after that in terms of 2 or 3 or a combo, or have I misheard that?
With the, if I understand, with the next steps that are on this, the presentation, all of those steps would continue regardless. It is the last bit where the direction lies. So it's,
Yes,
we're either directing staff to prepare for the annual plan in alignment with option 3, or directing them to prepare for the annual plan in alignment with option 2.
But I thought I was hearing, I've heard quite a bit of commentary around, I don't know if the word transitional was the one I heard, but phasing.
Oh,
with the opportunity to.
That was councillor's words.
Yeah. I was referring to, I suppose the intention behind my thought was some great work there presented and thinking presented on option 2. And so while I lean towards option 3 as being, I feel the right thing for now, not being excluding in any way, wanting them in that conversation to be part of the next steps in whatever shape or form they're all very much about it evolving, right? So, but right now, not going to annual plan with here we're going to set up a CCO question. So to answer Tipper's question, I want to see annual plan time or the vision for this council to make the 11 visions for economic development and plus the others that are out there, like the tourism entities, etc., be the best they can be through option 3, and seeing what falls out of that is the gap that still needs filling. And if that needs filling by a CCO or whatever else, then there's still the option there to make those. It's just in the short term. That's the vision I want to see. And the spatial plan obviously has so much overlap with this. I want us doing that well so that when people ask what infrastructure we want, we have an answer that's informed from everybody.
I am, I'm reflecting on your comments, Councillor Mahuta, and I too want us to be well positioned for the annual plan. And I am hearing from staff and from our chief executive that clear direction is needed today in order to make that timing. I'm reflecting on your comments, Councillor Nicol, about option 3 not necessarily being the fait accompli, right? As we work through that process, we might find that there are different aspects we want to explore. Whether it's a CCO, whether it's drawing on the wisdom that's been shared with us from Doug and David today, or some just some aspect of that. So I am keen for this council to give a direction today. So just signaling that. Councillor Hodge, you haven't shared your thoughts. Would you like to? Yeah.
I think if I looked at what the guys have put up, they've actually got an infrastructure that's almost ready to go in easier time. They also didn't quite indicate the funding criteria around where we fit. If I look at the option 3, that is totally reliant on WRC. And, I think one of the biggest arguments we had around Te Waka was the cost it was going to cost us and the amount of work they gave back to us. unfortunately, I don't know where Part 3 is going to fit into all of that. I haven't got a choice at the moment. I wasn't impressed totally with what we do because I didn't see the big part of the rule in it. But I don't see anything in option 3 at all, other than the fact it's going to cost WRC a lot more money than we can afford. So I don't know, Pamela.
So can I just clarify that a business case for
needs to be
for option 2 is the same as the business case for option 3? No. So can we, I just want to make sure we clarify that for Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, so I don't quite understand your perspective that it'll cost WRC a whole lot more when it's still the activity is coming from the existing entities around the region, but we do have to provide support and convening to bring people together to deliver on outcomes.
Yeah, I thought I saw it somewhere where it had in the bottom of in the board pack where the WRC contribution to option 3 was a little bit higher than what was quite significant, in the fact that we had a lot more to do with it than the option 2. So that in myself and option 3 is not ready to go. You can't tell me that like next week they'll be, or a month's time they'll be ready to go, because the infrastructure is not quite ready. Whereas the CCO is almost ready to go. Not that I like what they're doing. I don't know, Pamela. I mean, to me, it's the money. It's, I said what I said to redo. I understand the partnership and more involvement of WRC, which we didn't have in Te Waka. And I think, how long do we have to do all this for before we can say, no, this doesn't work for us? Is there a time limit on that? If we decide, let's go with option 3. If I decide I like option 3, is there a time limit to that? Because I'm setting up a new whole council, because next year is the voting time and I might not be here, but I've set them up with something that may not suit. Then what? I mean, that's what I don't know.
So,
really
but just to be clear, the CCO structure is not finalized or well developed.
No, it's this one
at this point. Agreed. Both of those options require a business case, so that this council can decide during annual plan early next year.
So can we not do a business plan for both of them then? Instead of us saying, let's go for option 3 and you do a business plan on option 3 and it doesn't suit? Or is that too much work?
Well, it's
money.
Would need to be resourced. It would cost money.
WRC and their dollars.
A lot of money.
If you want to do both.
No,
if you want to do both, it will cost.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Chair, is that the choice we make or I make has to be kosher for the constituent people I have, which, as you know, they are the Māori constituency. They are not totally involved in, except for the iwi entities, in economical development. And like Warren said before, we're one of the hardest people to get on board as a partnership, because they believe that they do a lot of it themselves anyway. They do social infrastructure, social procurement on their anyway. So I guess trying to bring them into the partnership, which we already suffered last term about, it's not going to be easy to do. And you don't have a lot of iwi anyway in Waikato, but you have all the outer iwi. So not sure. I don't see either of them working for me at the moment, unfortunately. But I'm happy to go with if the majority says this is it, then you go away and do a business plan. I'll accept that.
I'm going to go to Councillor Downard because he hasn't spoken on this yet. Noel, can I get you to? Oh, you got it.
So it's actually the same with Katarina. I struggled with this when I read this paper, is that there's no actual costings on, and I know it said it in a summary that there was no costings on option 1 or 2.
So you mean 2 or 3?
2 or 3,
yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, I struggle to make a decision here today. And I know it's not a decision, it's only on the options. We're actually not making a decision. The other thing that gets me is that we're only 4 weeks away from when the annual plan starts. It's in November. And then we've got the break of December, and I don't want to be rushed into something that, we've had Te Waka for 6 years. We've invested, large amounts of money in that. And, that 100,000 that you're asking for there, why can't we get the data out of Te Waka? I can't understand that, because we've had 6 years investment that we should be able to get out of that. And for me, option 2, I'd love to know that, because it's, to me, it's kind of like, it's going to benefit the region the most that I can see, because it's, it's a CCO and it's got some, will have some fantastic minds all the way they're going. But yeah, and I might want to go for option 2 because it's the least cost to the ratepayers, the majority of our whole region.
How do we know that?
Well, we don't. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's hard to make a decision when you don't know that. But I'd love to see the business case from it.
Can I just explore, Mr. Chief Executive? What does if we were to do 2 business cases so that councillors could get a view, what does that look like? What does that look like in terms of resourcing?
We need the costings.
I don't know what you'd probably need to ask say Mr. Wilson, because easier, it covers both sides, but about what might be needed to put a business case together for option 2. For option 3, I'm sure Karen's probably got in her mind what that might be. I think we heard before, probably largely resourced internally anyway, but we probably needed that other bit of information to help put it together.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I, David sitting there, can I get, or Doug, either one, happy to hear from either one. Have you got a estimate of the cost of developing the business case for a CCO that you proposed?
How I'd respond to that, our preference, and I believe I speak for Dave because we've contemplated this conversation, is that you wouldn't do separate business cases. It makes no sense. There's a lot of overlap and commonality. You would do one business case looking at both options, compare and contrast to allow council to make it a better informed decision. It would reduce the cost of it because there's a lot of common principles applied. It comes down to the constructs, that you're going to sit it in, and the benefits of each, and the differences that sit within in terms of how each might deliver it differently. So in short, the best approach is to do the business case on both together.
So a combined business case like you've proposed,
100%.
Do you have an estimate of what that costs to do? And time, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I indicated the time frame before. Again, this is a big decision, right? But and there's a lot of consultation, etc. So I think your minimum you want to allow is 3 to 4 months. Cost is difficult to really to.
Can you just give us?
I'll try and give you an
indicator.
I think you're going to be. I'd be surprised if you weren't as a very bare minimum on a reduced business case level. If you do it a high level one, 200 could be sit somewhere between $200,000 or $300,000. I think.
And who would fund that?
I think that's a discussion to follow. I think we didn't come here with the expectation that council would fund that in full. We didn't have any expectation around funding from anyone.
You didn't have an expectation that this council would fund that business case development?
No. Not saying that we were looking to fund it ourselves either, by the way, but what I'm suggesting is we believe that it's an option council should look at. If it wants to have a seat at the table in the conclusions of it, I think there is justification for it being a funder of it to some degree or the full degree. But there could be some other contributions that could sit alongside of that we could explore.
I was just thinking we would probably also have to follow council procurement processes to go out to market to find someone to do that work.
There is a provision in the Act to overcome that.
Yeah. it would have to be met.
Just noting, we haven't heard from Councillor Cookson on this matter. Do you want to weigh in?
I was actually going to just say I'm one on the fence. So I think there's a couple of us on the fence at the moment.
So who is in a position to make a decision? I'm not asking what your decision is, just who's in a position to make a decision.
I just challenge the process at the moment, please.
Yes.
My way of thinking is if we're going to go out in the annual plan with a proposition, we've got to look at what the options were, and we just can't stop one or either of the business cases right now because we haven't got enough information to have dismissed one over the other. So I think the point that's been raised about a business case looking at both options needs to be undertaken, and we need to be able to evidence why we're discounting one over the other. And without that business case, just the information in front of us, I think, is contestable if we were to toss one out over the other. So I'm starting to agree and tend towards a business case looking at those two options, because obviously option one is not on the table, I believe, as a consensus. So that would give us, as a council, the information that we would need to take this matter forward at the level of which I think our community would expect us to have done the work. So I'm not sure that's the question you're asking, but I do think that we need to look at the process. And if we haven't got enough for our new plan to say we considered this, but we didn't do anything about it, that's not sufficient in my mind. So I'm starting to lean towards including both and looking at the merits or otherwise of that situation, because we need to move this along. We need to move along today. I'm happy to say I'm more certain now of where, after the discussion, where we should be going and where I would like to see it go, but that's over to the majority, obviously. But we will fail if we continue to put this off.
And may I ask a question?
I don't know if I'm going to be helpful to the conversation or not, but I'll have a go. So I'm just reflecting back in the long-term plan where you got a lot of feedback on funding a current then agency, in which case you asked us to have a look at what other options are and bring something back in September so you could give us some further forward direction. That's kind of where we've got to today. There's a couple of options here. And so I think I've heard, Councillor Smith, that you'd say you'd like to go back to the community and say there's an external organisation, but it's slightly different because it's a council-controlled organisation. No. So I'm just checking that, because you believe that the community needs to understand the options.
And if we present them with an option in the annual plan, when we go out for consultation, we need to show why we discounted one over the other.
Yeah.
He's saying he wants to demonstrate to the community that he understands.
Yep. And so if we have a dual business case, which we'll need to work out how we get one developed. My question to you, well, there's two questions. One is, when do you expect it to be done by? Because this annual plan process is kicking off. I'm looking at Janine. In November, we wanted to come to you with the substantive items, including the things that might have to go for consultation. And because by February, it needs to be all ready to go out for consultation. Janine, have I got that right?
Thank you, through the chair. So the annual plan process from a staff perspective is already underway. The executive meet early November. We will bring that to you in terms of an early heads up workshop in December. You will meet in February for some decisions. That February timing is important because we have some consultation that we need to undertake anyway. So some of these decisions may trigger requirements such as an amendment, an LTP amendment, which has audit requirements and things like that that we just need to be cognizant of in our timeframes.
Thanks, Janine. And the second part is the funding, that we'd have to determine what part of any we are going to do and how that will get resourced.
And just in regards to that funding question, does that funding have to come back as a decision of council? Because I'm just thinking about the timing here, aligning with the annual plan process.
Through you, Chair, would the annual plan decision be to actually have a discussion about the allocation of funding to do the business case so that those decisions can then be put forward to the LTP? And we would have to keep working as a community together to ensure that regional economic development continues.
Councillor Nicol, have you got a way forward here?
My question was just whether we can give some direction today. And there is, I believe, from the other paper, ELT meeting on annual plan workshopping in early November. So is there an opportunity to give more feedback in October that is clearer than the one now? Or do we have to do it all now in order to? To me, in the timing, it looks like there's one more council meeting that we could refine further before the workshop with the LT. But ultimately, I haven't heard a lot said against option 3, and so I'm in a mind to consider moving it at some point to just get us to make a decision here, because if we don't make a decision, we will be going with status quo of option 1, which is basically a get out of economic development, because it won't be working with the timing, as Tipper mentioned. Oh, and Tipper's got a hand up.
And I do, sorry, I just, Janine is sort of, has kind of formulated perhaps a way forward-ish. Just want her to speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if council is supportive of the concept of preparing a business case, then you have the ability today to make a decision to set aside some funding for that purpose. So much as there's been a recommendation from staff seeking 100,000 in relation to the activities on the board, you could pass a recommendation today to make a contribution to the preparation of that business plan, business case. I think some of the considerations is the 3 to 4 month timeframe to develop that business case across both options sufficient for that to be considered through this annual plan, or are you looking at a slightly longer time frame in terms of the next annual plan to ensure that you've actually got the evidence that you need? That will then call into question what you're doing in the medium term. But certainly to progress it, to make sure that activities still happening, council could pass a resolution today to make funding available for that purpose.
I move the motion, Madam Chair.
Were you finished, Jen? Good. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to move a motion. The words can be refined, but that this council approves funding of $100,000 towards a business case looking at both options 2 and 3, and that the business case be brought back by 1 February 2025 for council to include in its potentially include in its annual plan for the following year.
Is that funding sufficient to do the combined business case? No.
I'm looking for others to contribute. That's council's. If there's a majority who want to increase that to 100,000, but I think we need to get going on this. Thank you. I'll ask for a seconder.
So wait a minute. We know that the 100,000 is not sufficient to produce the business case that we're asking for. So how is that a concrete way forward then?
I think give somebody the opportunity to up their number, but no one has a different number in the room, right? Is that what you're saying, Noel? Sorry, I've had my hand up for a while. Can I participate now?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll notionally second the resolution, so we're discussing a way forward. Otherwise, we're just discussing options, to your point, Noel. and it might be about the number, but my questions are probably to those of us who have done a round or two and to the staff. So 6 years ago, we asked exactly the question you're asking now, and we came up with a Te Waka solution. I want to know what's different 6 years later.
I agree.
Because the rationale was the same. We needed a regional voice to speak into economic development. I still think we're at that point. And so when we go back to the community and go, look, we tried that way, it didn't work. We're trying a new way. What does the new way actually look like? Because it sounds all the same to me. Our issues were lack of regional KPIs and actually council delegation. And neither of the models today actually closed off those things in my mind. But again, I don't doubt there's a level of detail that I didn't hear just from not being in the room. So where I'd rather go to is that we do consolidate how we get options into the annual plan for the community, but it's got to cover off regional KPIs and how we're going to work as council, as parties together, because neither option is clear about that. CCO I get, this council version I don't get. We've had subcommittees going nowhere for a while. We thought Waikato Plan was good at the time when we were delivering things. When the national settings change now, Waikato Plan isn't so good. So again, where do we want to leave council at in their positioning with probably an economic development government, whatever form that takes in their next term? We want to give them the best chances of success possible in our region. So to your point, Noel, I'll second your res just to move this conversation into some can-dos and will-dos, because I think options, we're past that now. We're in year 2 of a 3-year term, and we're starting to leave them nothing but another option for their first annual plan. So we've got to put something out next year, whānau. Thanks, Noel, for putting something out. Kia ora.
Thank you, Tipper.
So, okay, so we know the 100,000 is not sufficient to do the business case. If we cannot find externals to make up the shortfall, because I don't have any feel today what this business case is this combined business case is going to cost. So I don't know how big this shortfall is. I don't know the likelihood of private sector filling that gap. If they don't fill that gap, then we are option 1. We are status quo. And we will be status quo going into the annual plan. So I want to make sure everybody understands what this motion is.
Well, I'd like to move an amendment or consider an amendment.
Yeah,
so that if external funding, so option 2 has been brought forward by an external party to the council. If $100,000 for the joint funding does not attract additional funding by option 2, for the proponents of option 2 by a certain date, then we opt for option 3. I mean, the money is either going to come forward to do it or not. But the other question we've got that Karen raised, or you've raised, is do we have to go for procurement externally for this sort of model, or is it the proponents who put it forward that get to make the decision?
So if we're going to do it by a particular date, if the idea is we're preparing something that comes into this annual plan, that date has got to be what? I'm looking for Janine. I'm looking for. Excuse me, Robbie. You see past you there. Yep.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I missed the question.
I just want to, if we need a date in here, I want to know what the date is, because I'm liking what the direction you're going, but we need to refine that date by which we would have secured the external funding. Otherwise, it's option 2 or 3. Sorry,
Madam Chair.
I don't know what the time frame is to feed into the annual plan process.
So through the chair, I guess I'm just taking the feedback from Mr. Wilson in plural in terms of the 3 to 4 months to prepare that business case. So if we're looking at council needing to make a decision in February, the time frame is very short.
So this comes back to what I said earlier about option 3 does not exclude other things. I would prefer if we had a motion from anyone that's moved any that said we will progress with option 3 and can explore additional funding to explore option 2. And if that comes to fruition, then that's fine. But in the meantime, we set ourselves up for success to have something in this annual plan, which is the direction Ben was going in anyway, but I'm just flipping it up the other way around. Yeah.
So are you making an amendment there, Councillor Nicol? I'm trying to.
I think Noel or Ben could just have a think about if they want to change theirs rather than complicating this.
Well, mine in favour of what Jennifer's suggesting.
So, okay, so.
And Noel, would you want to change yours to something I said?
That's what I'm trying to do as well.
I just thought if Ben wanted to.
So, okay, so just wanting to flesh that out because Councillor Dunbar-Smith has said he's happy to
So let's just do that.
craft this amendment. So essentially it's saying
Council chooses option 3 to progress with and explores finding external funding
to enable a joint
to
enable a joint
further
business
option
case.
2.
So could I suggest that's effectively saying we're going to support option 3? Now, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, because the reality is work will start tomorrow on option 3.
Yeah.
And if option 2 is lucky to get some external funding in the next month or two, then some work will start on that, and it's going to push it down the road a bit further. Look, I'm just being realistic about what we're doing here. I mean, my support for Noel's motion is, I guess, on the basis of the concept, as has been mentioned a number of times today, there's probably a lot of synergies and good things in both options. And I'd be hoping that would kind of force the parties to work together and rather than coming back with it's either this or that. That makes sense. So look, I'm going to suggest, Madam Chair, that we take a break for lunch. Because,
yeah, I think we're going to do that. But I just the point that other than the Councillor Smith's motion will not allow us to proceed with a joint or a combined business case if there is no external funding, and we don't have any surety of that, and we've got a very tight time frame to ensure something comes before the annual plan. Councillor Nicol's amendment allows us to do that, allows us to make progress and explore how we might draw on external funding so that we can incorporate the view, incorporate a joint, or sorry, a combined business case.
Can I just clarify, Madam Chair, that Noel's resolution was effectively going to allocate funding to both proposals. The amendment is saying proposal 3 comes first, proposal 2 might get some funding if it's lucky. Yeah, I think you need to understand that.
No, Councillor Smith's motion is for 100,000, which we've already had confirmed is not sufficient to do the joint or the combined business case.
So if I could just say, so just before you do, so I think the best estimate of what a business case would be at this stage is taking the advice of Doug Wilson before, that it's probably in the vicinity of 200 plus. I think words might have been 200 to 400 before, but let's say 200 plus, and that was probably more for a single business case, but maybe a dual one is not much more work. The other thing, it's not a trying to push you one way or t'other, but just to be fully aware of, that when we go out for consultation, and let's say, for example, we give 2 options, one of which includes developing a CCO, that doesn't mean the CCO will be in place by the 1st of July, because by the time we get all of that feedback coming back, we will then need to, if that was a supported one, we would then need to put the establishment structures in place and so on.
Talked about the phasing.
Just in case anybody had it.
Yeah, and look, what I like about the amendment, the way it's written, Noel, is that seeking funding for option 2 means we would, obviously, if some were to become available, we will then be asked by Chris how much do you want to put towards this? It can still be 100 or 200, whatever it is, because we don't know that yet, what it's going to be. And just foreshadowing that the 100,000 that Karen asked for in regards to that other geospatial work is something we should still consider as a separate motion. Not going to confuse any of this with that.
Sorry, did you want to make a comment or clarification on the cost of a joint business case?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I think just talking to Chris quietly, but if you went forward on the basis that it was $200,000 to do a joint business case to compare and contrast option 2 and option 3, then what we're used to doing, and we could work like there would be a collaborative effort with council to see what resource existed between us to work within that budget of 200,000, and we would set the scope such that the requisite work was done within that budget to come back with the decision or recommend the report on those 2 options. If that's a helpful additive comment.
Just a question though, is it in terms of procurement possible for this party to be allocated that funding, or does that have to go out to a tender process?
Sorry.
I'll go to Janine.
Can I get a mic for Janine?
So through the chair, our procurement policies would allow for an exception to a full tender process. I think consideration does need to be given, though, to existing interests and making sure that there's actually an independent view taken on what the best outcome through this may be.
All right, with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for lunch. Thank you, councillors. councillors. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll reconvene. It is 1:40.
Madam Chair. I
Yes.
see my secretary is not present, but at this stage, I'll withdraw the motion on the books, leaving it open to a further resolution. Thank you.
All right. And do we have, sorry.
And that amendment that Ben and I were working on, obviously, if there's no initial motion, we'll just make a new motion. We'll withdraw our amendment as well.
All right.
Okay.
And I understand you've got some wording through to Dave, but before we go to that, I just want to get some clarification from you, Karen, in regards to the $100,000 from prior year surplus.
Yes.
What that is specifically for, because I think we all got a little confused about, is that what pays for the business case development?
No,
What's
it
that
did
for
morph through the
specifically?
conversation, didn't it? Councillors, you might recall that when we had this discussion back in May, and you instructed us to continue to support economic development, you did say that if we needed funding to help pay for economic development activities, to come back to you. And that's what this is. This is to keep economic development activities going. And we're looking to prepare high-level profiles of the region's economic geographies, and alongside that, a decision framework to identify roles and responsibilities for those economic geographies and to help people develop their strategies and implementation plans. And this will be useful for all of those economic development entities that we have throughout our region.
Councillor Nicol, would you like to forward your suggestion?
I'm just going to move that Council progresses with business case for option 3, noting it doesn't exclude option 2, event trading in future. Council instructs staff to prepare a business case for consideration through the draft annual plan. And lastly, the Council agrees to allocate, so this is taken straight from the staff recommendation, up to $100,000 from prior year surplus to inform regional development activities that Karen just mentioned. There's a few extra words there, but it was in the paper.
So that's moved by Councillor Nicol. Do we have a second for that? Councillor Strange? All right, we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Or would you like it taken in parts? It has parts, but I was just wondering.
All right.
Can I just ask, which directive will that come out of, the 100,000?
Sorry?
Which directive will that come out of, the surplus for the 100,000?
It's not a directorate. It's surplus funds that council holds.
General.
Yeah, but in the finances, it's got the different directives that the surplus is getting allocated to. I just wondered which one. Well, no. Oh, it's unallocated. Right.
All right. Well done, councillors. Thank you for your attention and your energy and the thorough nature that you gave to that debate. I really appreciate it. Okay. We shall now move on to.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just a query around what information we're going to give back to the supporters of option 2. Oh, sorry, the proposers of option 2 that have now left the room.
We'll task Karen with those communications.
Thank you.
And as was noted in the motion, there is nothing that prevents option 2 from coming back in front of this council at a future date. All right. So now we are on item, 7.1, which is the Hauraki Golf Forum minutes. This is just receiving these minutes. Is that correct? All right. Do I have a mover? Councillor Marr, and a second, and Councillor Hughes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Health and safety. So this is item 7.2. This is on page 61 of your agenda packs, and we've got Stu Brown. Thanks for hanging around, Stu. Much appreciated.
Me. So I'll take the report as read and I'll note a few key points as we go through. You'll see there that we have had a number of incidents this month, and looking at that, most of those have been minor. Incident, I guess we still continue to see some issues out there on the road due to other drivers outside of Waikato Regional Council. So we've just been continuing that message to be careful when people are out there. And you may have seen that there was a power lines noted in the box on page 3 of the report, and it was just to note that that was a low voltage line that was hanging and found by a staff member and was proactively maintained, so there was nothing too serious about that. As we move through the report, it's good to see under the sick leave that our sick leave starting to reduce again. Thankfully, that period of 9.8 has reduced. And moving through to the employee assistance, we've talked about that a number of times, and I think that in the last meeting we discussed the utilisation and whether that was getting concerning, getting to the upper end of the 7 to 15%, and we're now at 14.8%. So I thought I would make note of that. That's due to us having a relaunch and the new initiative around Rongoa Māori offering that we've got, and a number of staff taking that up to trial it. So we'll really get to see where that number subsides to, hopefully over the next month or two, following that trial of that new service, which is great. And you'll see in the wellbeing section that the wellbeing team continue to be quite active across the organisation and have a number of initiatives going on there, which is great to see. So that's some of the key points. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, just being pedantic, Madam Chair, under bullet point 2, WorkSafe carried out the first sentencing. They don't sentence anybody. It's prosecution.
Yeah.
As the court does the sentencing, which is noted in the second paragraph. So just being with my background, being pedantic.
You.
Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, Stu, given the initiatives that are being driven in Wellington at the moment in relation to working from home, could I ask that we get presented, I don't want to know about it now, working from home policy, and also maybe, if it's possible, if it's being recorded, and could it be reported on as part of this health and safety report?
Yeah, I can get that for you for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, not being pedantic, but just being lighthearted. Do senior managers such as yourself take part in the video stretching sessions during morning tea time?
Maybe councillors should, eh? Maybe we should have stretching sessions.
Yeah. It's no joke. I have a sore back at the minute, and the stretches are working well, so it's much appreciated. There's quite a few people who are taking that up. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? We do have a mover for the report in Councillor Mahuta, a second in Councillor Nicol. There's no other questions. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stu. Now on to item 7.3. This is page 68. The draft financial performance to 30 June 2024 and request for budget carryover. And we've got Janine Becker to take us through this. Janine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this matter is actually a recommendation to Council from the Finance and Services Committee based on our draft end-of-year financial performance results. So we've approached this slightly differently this time of representing the Finance and Services Committee report to Council so that you've got the full information on those matters. I do note that the numbers in the report haven't been updated since the committee. We're obviously still going through the process of finalising year-end results and audit. So the report covers off our draft financial performance results, which has seen us end the year in a favourable position. Against that favourable outcome, there are a number of requests for the carryover of unspent budget into the 24-25 financial year to allow planned work to be completed. And those are set out in summary in the recommendation and more detail within the report. And I guess noting within here that even after those carryovers have been approved, we are currently reporting an unallocated surplus of just over $6 million. My suggestion would be a conversation on that matter is picked up through the development of the 25-26 annual plan, which is obviously the next item on the agenda. So, Madam Chair, probably happy to leave it at that and take any questions that there may be from councillors.
So, sorry, just to be clear, is there an aspect of this that you're saying is going to be discussed in our next agenda item?
So through the chair, we've just referenced the fact that in the accumulation of prior year surpluses means that council has just over $6 million per the numbers reported here available to it to consider. That we've heard today in terms of a call on those surplus funds, they are available to council to consider at any point in time. But it would seem appropriate that as we start developing the 2025-26 annual plan in particular, that consideration is given to how that may be utilised.
I've got Councillor Strange, then Councillor Smith. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Janine, for the report. Yeah, as someone who sits on the Finance Committee, and the Deputy Chair of that committee. Yeah, I think we had a robust conversation at the committee, so I'm happy to move that report.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. A couple of questions. What assurance can we have that the carry forwards, several $1 million worth, will not affect the ability of the current work program? That is to say that you carry forward, it compounds the amount of work that needs to be done within the next financial year. I want to hear about what the strategy is to ensure that those carry forwards are completed and that they do not obstruct the work plan for this year. And secondly, comment on the 6 million surplus. That's a huge amount of money, and I certainly would like to see some discussion, if it is annual plan time, workshops or whatever, about returning some of that to the current ratepayers, not put into a fund for X amount of years or draw-ons or Johnny-come-lately plans to do this or that. So that certainly needs more discussion, but I certainly think that the ratepayers of today need to have some consideration towards that. So can I go back to the question then as to what impact these carry forwards will have and whether the program of works will be delivered? Thank you.
So through the chair, in considering putting these carryover requests to council, there are a number of criteria that we consider. A key one of those is that there's no provision for those works in the new financial year, that the work is actually committed, and that staff have the capacity to deliver on it. So those have been tested with directors for their areas in terms of each of those requests meeting those criteria. This will be part of the monitoring that we do through our regular quarterly forecasting to ensure that we are on track with that. In terms of the size of the surplus, that's acknowledged in terms of it is a substantially higher surplus than we have previously achieved. I had included in the report for the committee a review of some of the key factors behind it and what we had taken into account in terms of future budgets to try and check that to start with, but to give the committee and council some confidence that we were, trying to predict and project some of that into future budget setting.
Thank you.
If I could just probably reiterate what Janine has said, Councillor Smith, that we all ELT did, but I put a lot of scrutiny on directors that you were going to be able to spend this money and it wouldn't impact the current work programs, and I have an assurance from directors that was going to be the case. And I'd just also note that that the surplus, a fair amount of that, as in the paper, is due to income, the income side of the ledger.
Councillor Mahuta.
Firstly, thank you to the committee for the robust report and to Janine and the team. I'll second the resolution as it's put here by Councillor Strange. My question to the committee is if just to help us on the way to annual plan, and I like Councillor Smith, assume that any action on that surplus will be something we address through the annual planning process. So just confirmation of that from you, Janine. And then the last one from me is, could the non-financial reports come to council, please, by the committee, or any findings from them? Thank you.
So through the chair, in terms of consideration of the unallocated surplus funds through the annual plan, that is definitely part of the conversation. I think, as I say, in the next report on the agenda, we have flagged that matter for council consideration as we go into that budget setting process. So absolutely our intention. In terms of the non-financial performance, definitely. You will see that being reported back formally as part of the annual report that you would be adopting at your October meeting. But to give councillors a heads up on that, we'll note that as well of coming forward.
Thank you. Hughes. Thanks, Councillor Mahuta. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I guess as Chair, I have to take responsibility for this surplus. But seriously, I think two things. Number one, I think the Chief Executive and the staff have done a great job in terms of delivering the services that were required of Council, and in response to Councillor Mahuta's question around the service reporting, they, from recollection, were all achieved ahead of last year's outcomes, and so that's why I'm comfortable that services have been delivered to at least the level that they were previously, and I'm not aware of any complaints about non-deliverables, apart maybe some of the catchments, but that's a separate issue. And yeah, I'd really just like at this point to recognise the effort that's gone into achieving this surplus to Chris and his team, because I think we have kept the tension on, we have put the pressure on as councillors, and I'm very happy to report, as is in this report, that they've delivered. It is still subject to audit, but I don't expect it to change too much at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes. So the $6 million represents a possibly 3.5% rate reduction potential. And as Councillor Downard and I have spoken about, and others spoken about in the past, concern about an 8.6% rate increase coming. The other issue I've got is that there's $1.5 million rates penalty income higher than normal. So rates are going up and then we're penalising people for not paying them, which gives us an extra 1.5 million. So there's a little circuit in there that, yeah, I'd prefer to see rates come down.
Any comment? No. All right. Oh, sorry.
My only comment was to have that income, they did pay with the penalty.
But didn't pay, penalised.
All right. We've got a mover and a seconder for this motion. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. All right. On to 7.4. This is on page 91 of your agenda. The 2025-26 annual plan timeline and assumptions. Welcome, Jane.
Just stay in support.
Just keep the seat warm there. Nice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. This report is to provide an update on the 25-26 annual plan, particularly drawing your attention to the key issues and assumptions that are being considered in the preparation of the plan. Through this annual plan, Council has signalled the requirement to amend the 24-34 LTP. This is primarily to enable the establishment of a regional rate for public transport to be implemented from 1st of July 2025, and will also include the development of a new remission policy in relation to the primary industry compliance rate. As Council will be aware, amending the LTP triggers the need for a special consultative procedure with public consultation timetabled for April 2025. Our process is outlined in the timeline, which is shown in item 18 of the report. So this annual plan will represent year 2 of the LTP. The LTP proposes a 8.6% rate increase to current ratepayers for year 2. A key driver of the increase is the switch to the regional rating for public transport. Although there will be an increase to the rates revenue for this council, ratepayers should see a corresponding reduction in their rates to territorial authorities. Since the adoption of the LTP, new information is now available that will influence the 8.6% increase that was proposed. This includes the release of the National Land Transport Plan, including the removal of funding for projects within the Hamilton Metro Spatial Plan and new public transport services, as well as reduced funding for the road safety program. There's also the pause to the rollout of freshwater farm plans and the confirmation of funding for flood resilience projects through the before the deluge. The exact impact of these changes has still been assessed, but they will contribute to reducing the rates revenue requirement that has been signalled for year 2 in the LTP. With all these issues being considered, the preparation of the annual plan is now underway. A council workshop on the draft budget is scheduled for the 10th of December, and this will be an opportunity to provide feedback before formally considering the budget on the 11th of February 2025. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for your attention.
Councillor Smith, and then Councillor Dunbar-Smith, and Councillor Nicol. Councillor Smith.
I appreciate the meeting in December, but is there an opportunity for councillors to have some sort of discussion about what they want to see changed or looked at in the annual plan? We've got to go out to consultative process anyway, but the reality is to come back when ELT and everybody else has developed it, we start cutting down the time frame. So is there anything that can be shared with councillors so that we can have a preliminary think about what's there that we can at least consider? Because getting to December, then we break for a month, it cuts down the ability of council. I appreciate the LTP was only a few months ago, but I just wonder whether there's an opportunity for councillors to have an early look at things.
You mean earlier than the workshop on the 10th of December?
Yes.
So through the chair, the approach that we've typically taken for the annual plan, particularly first one following an LTP, is to look for those key drivers that have impacted the plan that council had set out. So we haven't done that previously. If there are other matters that outside of the ones that staff have identified within this report, then I guess there's an opportunity to raise those here today, or we could look for some additional time for a check-in with elected members. I mean, obviously from today, the matter that isn't reflected in the report is around the regional economic development strategy. So regional economic development, or not. So reflecting that through the process as well. But if there are matters that councillors are aware of now that they want to make staff aware of, as I said earlier in the meeting, staff are already starting work on the annual plan. Currently, they're in the middle of it. So
it's the likes of that economic development stuff that we can just put in here as a placeholder because we don't know what we.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Definitely.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, just a quick question about the National Land Transport Plan and that council's getting less than anticipated through the LTP. Will that have an impact on needing to increase our rates from 8.6? What consequence will that have?
So through the chair, that will reduce down from the 8.6%. The program will be smaller. We don't have the exact dollars on that. I think there was some presentation through the Regional Land Transport Committee earlier this month, so members of that committee might have a better idea. I think we had always signalled when we were developing the LTP budget that that was at a maximum level, and any approvals below that would reduce down from that 8.6 anyway. So obviously we're in that position now with confirmed government funding.
So we're not planning to spend more given that government is spending less. We're just actually dropping back again.
Just to add to that, though, there was a discussion, I think it was at the recent meeting between HCC and WIC councillors, where it was suggested we might want to think about maintaining our contribution that had been in to make up for, to do something in the light that national funding had decreased and it couldn't happen. That wasn't supported in any way, but I can imagine more requests like that coming along.
Thanks. Yeah, when I read this, I also noticed, so thanks for the question, Noel, that this would be our main opportunity to feed in any things for councillors to have input before the ELT go ahead. Obviously, the economic development one you've mentioned, and the linkage with the spatial planning in particular. I just recall we knew less back when we made the long-term plan, but we did make a decision on the pace of spatial plan implementation. Just keen to understand, I don't know if it's revisit and change the pace, but understand what our options are to make sure that the spatial planning work is happening at the optimum pace to support the ED work or to support whatever else has changed in all these spaces. So that's a key interest of mine. And then leading on from the consequences of the National Land Transport Plan funding decision, I've understood from my conversation with Phil King yesterday that the Future Proof Public Transport Subcommittee on the 1st of November meeting is going to consider some options around what to do with the Metro Spatial Plan business case, since that was subject to not receiving co-funding from the National Land Transport Plan. Not putting on new services in Hamilton for the next 3 years, which has 80% of our buses, and also not working towards a plan of how to do improved services over the next while is not acceptable to me. And so I just want, I'll be at that PT subcommittee to help influence that, but I'm just so mindful that the decision ultimately is at this table. And so I spoken with Phil about maybe using those workshops that are coming up on the PT rating to continue to educate us on all of the stuff so that we're ready to make that decision and don't have something like this morning kind of thing taking ages. And on top of that, should we not come to a solution with some of those other things that are more official, the community transport space, I'm keen to understand whether there are any opportunities to do something further well, or improved in that in light of those NLTP decisions, to allow community members to put on their own services in light of us not being able to put on GoBus type, bigger services. So perhaps something we can explore through those PT rating workshops, or if the ELT could just keep in mind through their workshopping. Those are my main 2-3 things.
All right, if there's nothing else, can I get a mover in Councillor Downard and a second in Councillor Hughes? Let that report be received. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, now we are moving on to 7.6. Yes, 7.6. This is on page 96 of your agenda. This is in relation to our proposed workshop practices. And Democracy Dave, you'll be speaking to this.
Absolutely. Afternoon again, everyone. In order to expedite this matter, I'm happy to take this report as read. It's fairly straightforward, I think, and just address any questions that you may have.
I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith, then Councillor Nicol, then Councillor Smith. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, it's probably for Janine more than anyone, but I see that we have a council workshop draft budget review on the 10th of December. Will that be covered by the open clauses in this new approach?
Given the way the staff recommendation is currently worded, then yes, this would take effect essentially immediately.
Sorry, I just need to get you a mic. There we go. So my understanding, though, is with this new proposal that there is still, we would still be utilizing the public excluded criteria for certain workshops. So should that pertain to any of the workshops going forward, should this motion pass, that will be the process we'd go through to determine whether or not a workshop was open.
Okay, because obviously we're discussing draft budgets. That's, I'm not sure how much of that is in public or private, or I mean, we haven't come across this before. So yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So on page 125 of the agenda, in the appendix, it does talk about exclusion of the public. That workshops must be open by default, and that where they're closed, they need to comply with the relevant legislation. So that test would need to be considered if it were to be excluded. So it does open that possibility.
Did you have any further questions? No, I've
Chair.
got Councillor Nicol, and then I've got Councillor Smith and Councillor Hughes. Councillor Nicol. I just need to get Jen a mic there. Noel, Chris, there we go. And
Thank you. After the workshop we had about this and seeing it written up, I think the staff have done a really good job, and I'd be happy to move it. I think that opening up our workshops is a really, really good thing to do, and having a way to assess which ones are open or not. There's a point there in paragraph 15 about democracy monitoring, how much additional resourcing they might need to do this properly, but I suppose that will be another topic that can be looked at through the annual plan, just to put it on the list. Yeah.
For the last little bit longer than 6 months, Democracy have been supporting the majority of the workshops.
Yeah.
So in having a presence here, it adds on an administrative front and back to that in terms of distributing the materials, whereas that was done on an ad hoc basis by the facilitators of workshops, maintaining the website recordings and so on. But we'll keep an eye on that and see how we go.
I appreciate that, because ultimately investing in the transparency of how we do our work to me is a really positive thing, because we often complain people don't know what regional council does and all that stuff. And so anything that in that direction is the right thing to do, I think.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. This is where we can say all the right things in reality. I'm absolutely pushed for transparency, but the reality, the way this recommendation is written, and this is not a personal criticism, Dave, the way this is written, we might as well have meetings, because they're all but meetings. And the only thing that's different is that we don't make decisions in workshops. But if we're doing agendas and we're doing reports and we're doing everything else, they are meetings. So we might as well just turn our workshops into meetings and we can make the decision quicker. Don't have to wait another week or two before it comes back for another committee. I'm talking probably all faulty towers stuff, I suppose, but or something I'm trying to think of, but can't. The way this is written up, when I read it, I thought, God, we've over formalised it. You know, just to me, is just open it up, broadcast it, and carry on as we were. This is really taking it way beyond as far as the process goes. So be careful what you ask for, is what I'm trying to say probably, and that I have no problem absolutely and support transparency and openness, but the way this is written, we might as well have meetings. And therefore, have we got it right? Would my challenge to everybody. Thank you.
I'd actually be quite keen to review it after a set time anyway. Maybe just a note for democracy to consider bringing it to you after a good amount of time. 6 months.
She pinched my right.
No. Everybody's getting desperate. It's 20 past 2.
Yeah, look, I've got to go too, but it's look, happy with the report. It's a well-written report. My personal view hasn't changed the time. I think the Ombudsman getting to they've been a meeting and it's going to drive us into having more secret little catch-ups with staff instead of shops. So it's, yeah, exactly. And anyway, but look, I don't have an issue with the way the report, the way of which we've been pushed, but I was really cynical at the way that the current government's pushing some of these legislation amendments through without even giving the parliament to have a say. It's sort of a bit two-faced in some ways, but
it would be nice, I believe, if the transparency that we are called upon to deliver was equally called upon at a national level. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Just in response to that last comment from Councillor Kneebone, there's a very good article by Audrey Young today. You might want to read it. It's on that topic. Then, without knowing exactly what you're referring to in terms of the finances and the budgeting, the annual report for the council I would expect to be out before our annual plan process. So all this information, financial information you've been privy to today, will be available to the public, I assume. So nothing to hide there.
Sorry, it just then raises the question that Noel's raised. So if we've got a draft budget that's out in November and a council workshop to review the draft budget in December, but we don't make decisions till the budget meeting in February, does the workshop, I mean, what's the purpose of a workshop if you can't make decisions? You're effectively running the same process in a way.
Oh, I think it's that, so my understanding is there's staff prepare a draft budget, we provide feedback and direction. Is that are they on the right track? Is there a slight tact change that we might like them to explore and develop and provide additional information? No, it's providing direction and feedback on the level of information that is being collated to inform our decision-making process.
I can possibly add to that a little bit, in that the Ombudsman did address the narrowing down of options within workshops. And like Chair Pamela has just said, while a decision isn't made, the use of a workshop to narrow down those options is acceptable, and the Ombudsman therefore believes its transparency assists the public in seeing how we went from 10 options to 3 options to a decision.
Okay, I do have a mover and a seconder for this, but I'll come to you, Councillor Marr.
Yeah, just a quick technical question, Dave. How long will the recording stay up on our website?
What we've been tending to do is we're popping them on YouTube where they remain indefinitely if you can find them in there. The web pages we tend to do on a triennial basis. So previously we were hosting all of the recordings and materials in-house, and it took up a bit of room. So we were clearing it at the start of each triennium, and we're probably going to look and try and keep the last triennium and then the current one. When the next one starts, we'll clear out that previous one.
So that should be the same for the workshops. It'll all
Workshop
to that same
and
space.
same for the agendas and minutes for meetings as well.
Thank
I hope you have more memory available than our Outlook mailboxes.
Who was the seconder?
The seconder is Councillor Mahuta online. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder. I just do want to come back to you though, Jen, because you had mentioned that you might like a review built into this.
I don't know if we need to have a resolution for it.
Okay. Good stuff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, councillors, we do need to go into public excluded because we do have a matter to deal with there. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hughes, a second in Councillor Smith to move into public excluded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
One.
And Downard. Opposed? Carried. Okay, so now we'll move back and
Thank you, councillors.
wait. Hey, just do want to thank councillors. I know that it's been quite a long meeting today, but I appreciate your participation, stick-to-itiveness. I love it, and I'm really pleased with the decisions that we've made today. So I'll pass to you, Councillor, Mr. Chief Executive, to close our meeting with a karakia.
Unahia Maiti Uru Tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, tinako, ti tinana, te hininaro, e te ara takatu, koe rā e rongo, e whakaria aki ki ronga, kia tina, omiei, huiei, kai kiei.
All right, meeting closed at 2:24 p.m. Thank you.